Good evening and welcome to the board meeting of June 4th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll move for an adoption of the agenda.
Dr. Dannenberg, a couple of amendments.
Okay.
Staff would like to request that we move item 16A1 to occur right after the public hearing, and that we will pull item 15A1 for a future meeting.
Hearing those changes to the agenda, I'll move, accept a motion for approving the agenda.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson,
Yes.
and Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Do we have any public comments for closed session?
We do not.
Okay, hearing no public comments, we'll be going to closed session for public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and public employment performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. With that, I will entertain a motion to go to closed session.
Motion to go to closed session.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson,
Yes.
and Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Welcome to the Board of Education meeting for June 4th. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call. Ms. Dahm?
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Levier.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
And Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Next, I have a report of the actions taken in closed session. We're happy to announce the employment of a principal for Portola Elementary School. In closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Laura Kubler as principal of Portola School. The motion was made by Mr. Forsythe and seconded by Mrs. Rodriguez, and it was a unanimous decision. And then we also took action to employ a principal for Foothill Technology High School. In closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Courtney Johnson as principal of Foothill Technology High School. The motion was made by Mrs. Rodriguez and seconded by Mr. Peterson, and again, it was a unanimous vote. Let's congratulate our new principals for these schools. Superintendent's report. Dr. Castro?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. We have quite a packed start to the meeting, so I'm going to turn this over to Gina Wolowitz for our introduction of the principal.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the new principal of Pacific High School, Mr. Russell Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs has nearly 20 years of service as an educator and administrator. He's taught English and drama in other districts and served as an assistant principal of Wainimi High School and Oxnard Union High School District. In 2020, he joined VUSD and currently holds the position of principal at Foothill Technology High School. Mr. Gibbs has held several roles as a teacher and administrator, working with students from various economic and cultural backgrounds. His leadership continues to focus on creating collaborative environments that foster equitable environments for all students. While at Foothill, he enhanced the academic experience for students by implementing math intervention, English support, and credit recovery programs. Students now have access to a broader range of electives in English and science, and the fire tutorial period has been restructured to cater to struggling students. Mental health concerns are also being addressed through the Wellness Center. Mr. Gibbs is excited about his new role as an educator. He is committed to ensuring that all students have access to educational opportunities that facilitate personal growth and enable them to make a positive impact on their environment. Congratulations to Mr. Gibbs, and we're excited to see our Pacific High School programs and students thrive as you step into this new role for 24-25 school year.
Well, good evening, President Dannenberg, trustees, Dr. Castro, Executive Cabinet. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be Pacific High School's next principal. It's a privilege that I am very proud to have. Over the past couple of weeks, I've had the honor and pleasure of meeting my new colleagues, and I've been so impressed with their positive outlook that all students have the ability to succeed. And I'm also very impressed with their determination to bring the most supportive environment to students and families. Ms. Benares, Ms. Bento, and Mr. Cornwell have been exceptionally supportive and gracious in the first steps of the transition, and I can't wait to get started. I want to thank you again so much for your trust and for this opportunity.
Did you bring anybody with you that you'd like to introduce?
I did. I brought my wife, Megan, and my daughters, Zoe and Grace. Zoe and Grace are a third and first grader over at Poinsettia.
Okay.
And they love their teachers.
Yeah, very good. Comments by the board? Ms. Rodriguez?
Congratulations, and we're super excited to see you join the Pacific team. An amazing staff there doing great work, so we look forward to what you're going to do.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations, and I've heard nothing but great things about you at Foothill, so we're looking forward to this next step for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, just want to concur. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing what you do there. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard going forth. Congratulations. We've heard good things, and yeah. All right.
I too would like to offer my congratulations, and I'd like to thank your family for allowing you to have the time, because it does take a lot of time to be a school principal. So we appreciate their patience with you and with us as we move through the process, and we're expecting great things. So thank you very much, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, Mr. Gibbs, you're welcome to keep walking. It's all good. Stay there if you like. I just wanted to share, without giving away too much, that having the opportunity to be with you and our team while you met the staff, it was just really a meaningful conversation. Appreciate Principal Menares being there to facilitate it, and it was the connections that were already formed in that room on that day are going to serve us all well. So thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we would like to introduce Mr. Klopfenstein as the new principal at Elmhurst Elementary School. Mr. Klopfenstein has over 17 years of experience in education. He started his career in VUSD as a biology teacher in 2007, teaching science, college preparation, honors, and AP biology at Ventura High School. He's also served as the TK-12 Science TOSA, the Independent Study Program Coordinator of Homestead K-8, and as an adjunct lecturer at Cal Lutheran University. He currently serves as assistant principal of De Anza Academy of Technology and the Arts. Mr. Klopfenstein has been an active member of various committees, including the School Site Council, and has gained valuable experience working with DEAC, PAC, PTOs, and PTAs across the district. He is a highly skilled professional in the field of technology and possesses extensive knowledge of curriculum and instruction. Furthermore, Mr. Klopfenstein has administrative experience supervising and leading staff, faculty, and students in Title I schools with moderate to severe special education programs. Mr. Klopfenstein is a respected leader known for establishing successful community partnerships. His strong communication and collaboration skills and unwavering support for teachers and staff have earned him a reputation for excellence in this district. Congratulations.
Dr. Castro, members of the board, thank you guys so much. I also want to thank my family who's here with me tonight. My father, Randy. My wife, Lane, an exceptional teacher in this district. My kids, Bo and Juniper, exceptional students in this district. They are such a huge support, and I thank them for all their support and love for me. They are my inspiration to do this work, and I can think of no more important work, no more consequential work than the work of public education in the world today. And so it's with joy and with passion that I come to this work. The families at Elmhurst and the students at Elmhurst deserve our very best. And so it's with humility and honor that I join the long tradition of exceptional educators, classified and certificated folks at Elmhurst who've devoted their lives to serving the kids and families there, to improve their lives, to equip them for the future, to improve their community. And so I'm thrilled to get to spread my wings as an Elmhurst Eagle. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Mr. Klopfenstein, before you go back, we'll get to regale you. I just want to say I am so excited for you taking this next step. You've been a trusted voice for us when it comes to your advocacy around science education. You've been an incredible advocate for students throughout your career, and that it has, I mean, it's your reputation as someone who cares deeply about the work you do is well established in this district. And I just am so excited to see you take this next step. I'm sad for Data because I know they have really appreciated having you there, but we're just really looking forward to what you're going to do.
Thank you.
And I will echo the same thing that Sabrina said, and congratulations. And I know Elmhurst is so lucky to have you, and I feel lucky to know you guys personally, and lucky that my daughter and Juniper are in the same class together, and friends. And yeah, Elmhurst is really lucky, so congratulations.
I also want to echo, my same sentiment as the fellow trustees. Elmhurst is a really great school. It has a lot of challenges, and I know you're going to meet those challenges head on. So we appreciate you. Thank you for applying, and thank you for receiving this. Thank you.
Well, just from your acceptance speech, if you're running for office, I would have voted for you. So, I know you're going to do great things. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to congratulate you as well. And too, I'd like to thank your family for sharing you with us, because they're going to see even less of you probably now for a while. So, so thank you for all you do and for your advocacy for kids. Dr. Castro?
I'll echo what already been said. In particular, as it relates to the family, thank you for raising a leader like him, and thank you for sharing him with our community. We need leaders like him and others, and I want to, even though I don't think Tina Bachek is in the audience, I want to thank her for her leadership. And I know she's had conversations with you, and we look forward to you taking the helm. Okay, just confirming we are all here, right, Amy? Okay, fantastic. We are going to recognize our student board members. So we have a little structure to this, but so first, since people in the audience and also watching online don't necessarily know who you are, I'm going to say your name, and I'm just going to ask you to stand momentarily, so that way people can see who you are. So first, Davina Miranda, and then you can sit back down. Okay. Sienna Modi. Ria Gill. Dan Mendoza. Liz Lopez. And Emily Sahade. Okay, and I believe we have some administrators here to say some words about you. Why don't we go ahead and go in that order? We'll start with Buena High School. Dr. Asplund.
Davina is a model student at Buena High School. She's delightful. She is our ASB president, and she is also our softball captain, and a great academic student, takes all of her studies very seriously. And I've enjoyed watching her all year, presenting to the board, and just taking the time to work on her PowerPoints and highlight the great things about Buena High School. So it's been a pleasure working with you and seeing you blossom this year. So thank you.
And I apologize, I don't necessarily know because of the column who's here. No, you're good, Dr. Asplund, thank you. El Camino is, okay, perfect. Hector, come on up, thank you. And then Foothill will be next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. This is a great pleasure and an honor to be able to recognize Sienna. Sienna is an amazing leader at El Camino High School. She is our ASB leadership president. She is the representative here on the board. She is on her Casitas rowing team. She's a phenomenal 4.0 student. Constantly comes into the school with a smile on her face, always ready and willing to help anyone and everyone, including the adults on campus. Without her, our school would not be who we are. You know, we have some incredible events that occur for the kids. We have a great culture, all because of students like Sienna, who put herself out there and care for others. So I am very proud of her, and I am lucky, you are lucky, because she is a junior and will continue. She's already run for next year and will be our president again next year. And so she will continue as our representative here on the board. So lucky for you guys.
And Foothill, come on up, Mr. Gibbs.
Good to see you again. It's my pleasure tonight to tell you a little bit about Rhea. So Rhea has been an exceptional student and exceptional leader of our ASB. She's served ASB tirelessly this year and has really made our campus a warm and accepting environment for all students, not to mention it's consistently filled with fun. She has a very quiet grace about her that I think really defines her really strong servant leadership qualities, because everything she does is for the betterment of the school and for its students, and it's never about self-recognition. She's also the first student at Foothill to be re-elected for next year, so well done. Congratulations. I know Foothill is very much looking forward to her leadership for next year, and I can't thank you enough for all your hard work. It's been an honor and pleasure working with you.
Thank you. And next we have Pacific High School.
Good evening. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak about Dan Mendoza. It is such a privilege and honor to know Dan. Dan is a friend to all at Pacific High School. If we had an actual greeting committee, he would be the president of that committee as well. Dan is also a wellness peer, has been in ASB, but we don't have a traditional ASB because students aren't in ASB necessarily more than a semester or a year. So Dan was actually nominated by the teachers. All of our teachers nominate students at the beginning of every year, and we get about 6 to 7 nominations, and I get to interview them all. And we talk about what this means to be a leader of our school, what it means to speak at the board, and Dan rose above all. While nervous, Dan has really grown into this position, and as a result has received not only accolades from you all, but our community, and is getting a lot of recognition for his work with Marianne Kuros as an intern, and we're really excited to see what Dan's future holds, because he is quite a talent on top of being a leader. So his art and video and music is phenomenal. So we were very fortunate to have Dan stay with us this year as a senior, and he actually graduated today officially. So. Thank you, Dan, for your leadership, your kindness, and for just being a great Pacific High School host, and we're going to miss you so much. So. Oh.
Okay, and next we have Vase.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to talk about my board member. And this is Liz. And Liz is somebody that, from the very beginning, has been so special to us at VASE. She came to us from a long, long career as a caregiver, but not just as a caregiver, as the caregiver that you would want for your loved ones. Compassionate, kind, just such a good person, somebody who gives of herself all the time, is inclusive, but yet is also very confident and very competent when it comes to working with people in the field, and to just showing us what it's like to have someone who cares for you and what a difference it makes to have a caring person taking care of you. And so Liz has not only been able to finish her program, she's still working a little bit on it, but she also is such a go-getter that before she even finished her job here, she had 2 job offers. And so she's already working at a scheduling center for surgery for ophthalmology, and they are so lucky to have her, just like we were lucky to have her. She's done a great job of telling you all about the things that go on at VASE, and we're just so proud of her. I lovingly refer to her as the mayor of VASE, and the reason why is because she's always so kind, so welcoming, and just her heart is a representative of the heart of VASE. And you know what, Liz, we just are so proud of you and want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being such a great representative and for going out there and doing such good work with the community. and there is just nobody that I could be more proud of than you. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And Ventura High School. Mara, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, I will, absolutely. My name is Mara Clovis, and I'm speaking on behalf of Principal Rodriguez. I'm one of the assistant principals at Ventura High School. So thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit about Emily Sehati. The VHS community is incredibly proud of Miss Emily Sehati. What she has achieved already in her young life is astounding, and we are so excited for her future. She's left her mark on VHS through her leadership as our ASB president. Her service to others sets her apart and hints at a future where she's going to change and make a difference in our world. Emily was chosen as a VHS Hall of Fame student. She got honored with that last night at our award ceremony. And her photo will be displayed in our office in perpetuity. This is so fitting for Emily and the impact that she's made on our campus community. We wish Emily all the best on the next part of her educational journey at Stanford. So thank you, Emily.
Dr. Dannenberg, we're going to open it over for board comments, but at first I want to thank all the representatives from the schools that just illuminated some of the amazing things that these students do at different points in their lives. So thank you for those kind words.
Okay, board comments, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's just every year as we get to know you all when you're here with us, it's amazing to see your representation of your school, the things you choose to share about what's happening on your campus, but also to learn a little bit about you and what you are going through in your lives. And just always really appreciate how prepared you come, how willing you are to share what you know, and what great spokespeople you are for your schools. You just make us all really proud. So we wish you the best. I'm stoked to hear we get 2 of you back next year. So that's always great. But for those of you who won't be coming back, we wish you all the best, and we hope to see you around town as you move on to your next things.
I want to echo what Sabrina said and thank you all for all that you've done this year. It has been really fun sitting up here with you and just getting to know you and chatting. And I've always enjoyed all your presentations, and I'm always just so impressed by how well you speak and the confidence that you show while up here. And I just wish you all the best. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. I know it's really hard to come up here and sit up here and give those reports. You all did an amazing job, though. Dan, especially with your comedy, with your humor. You nailed some there. It was really good. Thank you, and I hope you continue on with leadership at school. I know some of you are going to be coming back, some of you are going to be moving on. Leadership is a wonderful, wonderful thing for you, and in your schools or wherever you guys end up. They're very lucky to have you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo those sentiments and thank you, and use this opportunity and this experience to catapult you in the job world too, because not a lot of people get experience this early at talking in front of people, and these days most job interviews are panel interviews, so you're going to have that one leg up. So if you can continue leadership in college, I think you should, and we really appreciate all the work that you did, and good luck in future endeavors.
I too would like to thank you, but you also need to know that it's quite evident from your reports and everything that you do, not just on the board, but all the other activities you take part in your schools, that you are making the most of your public education. And we as a society are better for it. So thank you for all that you do, not just serving on the board. And congratulations on those that are graduating this year, and look forward to seeing the 2 back next year.
I'll just add my appreciation to things in particular. If you note, we have the board priorities up. We've had these for about a month now. And I remember meeting with you all and asking you to find a way to incorporate these areas of focus for us as a district into your reports. And while it wasn't always there, because we have rich lives, you have a lot of things balancing. Overall, what you've contributed to our district is that from a student level that you see what schools look like through your lens and how we can continue to prioritize these areas that the board has put in, has asked us to focus on. The second thing is that in addition to everything that you do so well, the other thing that I've noticed is several of you have sat with us as we've listened to public comments. And watching you listen with the level of intention and respect is something that is really atypical. And it's something that we as a team value tremendously. So thank you for being respectful, paying attention, and then thinking about what does this mean for you individually as a leader, but then what does it mean for us as a district. So with that, well, first of all, let's thank you very much. Let's show our appreciation. And what we're going to do is invite you up here. We have a plaque for you, and we're going to ask you to stand here with our board so we can get a couple of photos. So please come on over.
For the student board members, Dr. Castro has just told me I can excuse you for the last time. You're welcome to stay or you're welcome to leave.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along as we share appreciation, we have this this June edition of Gratitude Awards. I have 4 that I'll be highlighting as you see the rest that are noted on the screen. The first is for Tatum Stropel, Balboa student, who was nominated by a fellow student. The student nominated Tatum, indicating that Tatum is the most hardworking person they know. She is also very kind and welcomes everyone with open arms. Fun to be around. When you're feeling down, she'll make you feel better. Tatum is outgoing, and when she sees someone by themselves, she's sure to go and sit with them so that way they don't feel alone. The next person is Jocelyn Brown from VACE. Ms. Brown not only teaches students, but teaches this person who is a paraeducator. Her computer skills are extraordinary. She is patient, kind, skilled, and informed. She's regarded as a mentor. She never disparages or insinuates that a question that one asks is silly. Instead, she encourages, informs, supports, and guides a growth of knowledge in every way for all people. Next is Carly Donick, Cabrillo teacher. Ms. Donick assisted with the large history undertaking this year, and they could not have completed this without her. She's noted as being the most supportive and uplifting colleague. She shares resources, brings books, it takes people to professional conferences, assists with websites, and is just generally regarded as being an amazing person and thought partner. And our last honoree is Luis Sanchez, bus driver. This individual was observing Luis as he was driving on a field trip and said that he navigated the most narrow and tight of conditions. I think we've all been there as a passenger when you're just wondering how good is this driver. So this person was really impressed with the driving skills. He is cautious around in all surroundings, is always looking out, not just for things that are on the road, but also looking out for his coworkers and for the students, an incredibly hard worker. So please join me in sharing our appreciation. Okay, now we are going to move on to honoring our VUSD retirees. So we're going to coordinate this in a couple ways. You're running the PowerPoint? Okay, outstanding. She's ready to click. I'm going to hand this over to Andrea and Gina in a moment, but I'll just state that, as many of you know, we have a significant number of retirees this year, and we wanted to make sure it'll take a little bit of extra time to ensure that we recognize all of them, but we thought that it was important that our community see we have so many individuals to note. So it's already going, so I'll hand it over. Go ahead to Andrea and Gina.
Great. Good evening, board and Dr. Castro, members of the community. It's with great pleasure that we get to again celebrate our retirees this evening with everyone. We did hold a nice retirement event a couple weeks ago here on our back lawn, and it was just a really nice afternoon where everybody was able to come together, honoring our guest of honor, our retirees, our families, our friends, leadership, just to celebrate with them. And as Dr. Castro mentioned, we have a lot. 117 classified and certificated employees are retiring from the Ventura Unified School District this year. And we mentioned at that retiree celebration that they have offered 2,858 years of service to the district. So just the amount of families and students that they have touched in that almost 3,000 years is pretty remarkable. You know, at that event, and as our office has been meeting with the retirees to help them prepare for retirement, there's just been so many stories being told and adventures that our retirees are looking forward to. And I just wanted to share just a snippet of some plans of our retirees. We have families that are moving to a brand new state where they can start new traditions as they grow their generations. We've had some that are looking forward to working in their gardens, working on hobbies and crafting. We actually had a couple pairs of spouses retire this year, and so they have shared just how exciting it is that they can do this together and creating a new routine together. We actually had some employees who participated in PARs that won't be retiring from the district, but also looking forward to starting new careers in the near future. And then quite a few just expressed how excited they were to be able to wake up that next day after their last day with Ventura Unified and have no plans at all, and just have the luxury of deciding what to do or not to do on that particular day. So we're just, again, so proud of our retirees and so excited for them.
And I just wanted to share some additional thoughts to echo what has already been said. The event that we had recently with the retirees, I had the opportunity to have some conversations with some of the honorees, and they really commented on some of the feedback that they gave was that they really appreciated the opportunity to be there with their family and friends, of course, but also to have the chance to be alongside colleagues that they had spent their entire careers with. And so, you know, that was a unique piece of feedback that they gave this year, as there was a larger number of them retiring, and some sites had larger communities, larger numbers than other sites. And so they spoke about the fact that, you know, they have been learning alongside these colleagues, you know, for decades in many cases, and that it was just so meaningful for them to be able to in their career with those same colleagues and just to have that whole experience together. So they just really appreciated that. So I really enjoyed the opportunity to meet with them and have some one-on-one conversations, because it really is a bittersweet moment in the district. When we embarked on this opportunity, we had all discussed along this year of, what a vast amount of information is leaving our district. And so being able to capitalize on their years of expertise and passion in serving our entire community. Just the knowledge that they've created, the curiosity that they instill in not just the students and the families, but also their colleagues. And so they really do, these retirees represent educators that have really helped us all to become the very best version of ourselves. And their impact extends far beyond the school sites. It reaches out into every aspect of our community. As Dr. Dannenberg talked about public education and really capitalizing on public education, I think this is one way how our public educators not just serve our students, but also every aspect of our entire city and community. So just to really appreciate that everything that these folks have seen in students to help them be to reach heights that they never thought possible, and just so that they know that their legacy is just very far-reaching. Also want to wish these retirees, as they set forth on this new adventure, just congratulations, and hoping that their retirement brings them, as Andrea talked about, some of the specific opportunities and adventures, just that they find joy and relaxation and fulfillment in a different new chapter of their life, because they deserve it. Hope that they find those new passions and new interests, and maybe not wake up to an alarm clock. That might be really nice. Although I do think they're going to miss shopping for school supplies, because I do think that is a beloved aspect of every beginning of the year for every educator. But just wish them all the happiness and pride that they deserve for just the tremendous contribution that they have given to Ventura Unified. I did want to take a moment, as the names are still scrolling through, to share some of their own words. If you hadn't had a chance to check out with our fantastic communications person and her team that she has. We have some really wonderful recognitions on our VUSD Facebook page that talks about advice that some of the retirees would give to new staff members who are just starting this adventure of being an educator, as well as their reflection on some of the most fulfilling aspects of their work. And so if I may, share some of their words with you all. One of our educators shares advice to new staff: take the time to connect with your students. Learning cannot take place unless they feel loved and secure. Teach with your heart. Another shares, don't forget why you chose education. Your words and actions are powerful. Treat your students as you would want a child that you love to be treated. Accept diversity and different points of view. Be positive, find joy in every day that will influence the students. Listen and learn from your students. Collaborate with colleagues to develop new projects and inspiration. Stay fresh, read books, and get opinions and ideas about education. Education is about connecting with people. Teach your students how to connect. We learn best from one another. And then some of their words as they reflect on their career. Some of their most precious memories have been the discovery or aha moments when students would realize that they had learned or mastered something that they could do now on their own, or those times when you would catch them practicing random acts of kindness with others. Another report reflects that seeing students believe in themselves and reach their own goals is something that they have valued, and being someone who adults and students knew they could come to. Another shares that the most fulfilling aspects of their work is listening and learning from students and collaborating with colleagues. And another talks about giving 100% every day. You are definitely making a positive difference in the lives of students. Be patient and caring and show respect to your fellow colleagues and students. You are an important part of the team that depends on your knowledge, training, and expertise. And so I just thank all of our retirees and just everything they have given to make Ventura Unified such a special place to work.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to continue to honor the rest of the retirees as we go through. You can see we're just about, there we are, to the ends. I'll open it up. Dr. Dannenberg, are there any board comments that they would like to give? We have probably another 2 minutes left.
Ms. Rodriguez?
As I watch these names go by, it makes it so much more real, the incredible talent and dedication that we're I say losing, but that's probably not the right word. But just people who have given so much to our district, who have had such an incredible impact on thousands of young lives, in some cases multiple generations of people. It's really just so humbling to see this commitment from our staff and just how hard they have worked for so long to serve our community's children. Really just, I feel such a sense of gratitude to them. So really, although PARS, I feel like, has precipitated this, which is a little hard, it is so nice to be able to send folks off with a nice retirement incentive and know that they're going to get to use that to do whatever their next phase of things is, whether it's traveling or new hobby or new job, but just really appreciative of all those staff members.
Yeah, it feels just so bittersweet, and seeing all these names up here, and I'm so happy to have known so many of you, and your contribution will be felt for a long time to come. So thank you for your service.
Just want to echo my colleagues. I met many of them when we did the ceremony, and that was probably for the first time and the last time as well, because I'm relatively new to the district. But it was, as an educator, I know that this was probably a hard decision in many ways, because the one thing you're going to miss is the students. You're going to miss connecting with them. You're going to miss seeing them almost every day. So I know it probably wasn't the easiest decision, but for you, it was the right decision. So thank you for your service.
Well, just reflecting, I see 5 to 39 years. And I know a lot of students appreciate all the teachers. I know I have one student in particular that I've seen a lot of teachers that help my student excel and graduate through Ventura, and I still have one in 4th grade that will see some more fabulous teachers, and I'll probably see more teachers retire. And the future of our country can't move forward without great teachers. So every great teacher that leaves, we have great teachers that come in, but sometimes I don't think people realize that more people go to public school than they go to private school. So when you talk about creating the future for our country, it's the public school teacher that does that. So all these people that spend time and nurturing and loving our children, we should appreciate them while they're working and after they work. So give them their flowers while they're still here, so when they retire, they appreciate the work that they did. Thank you.
I would just like to thank all of these employees for all the years of service they've given to the students of Ventura Unified. It's bittersweet because we know many of these names and have worked with a lot of these people over the years, and it's just in some ways sad, but it's also nice that they get to move on with their lives and enjoy retirement, hopefully. And but more importantly, they have done so much for our community that it's really appreciated, and I want them to know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and I know we're coming to the end, so I'll just add that having had the opportunity to ask a lot of retirees, how are you feeling? What's been remarkable, some of them, of course, are just skipping off into the distance. They're just like throwing deuces out there, and they're gone. Wonderful things on the horizon, and all the way to just I'm still meeting with some of our staff that still care deeply about the schools and the staff that they're leaving, and they want to meet with me. They want to tell me about some of the things that are on their mind and what's on the horizon, and some of the things that they still want their colleagues to have, and the aspirations that their colleagues want to live up to. And then you have other some of our employees who, even as they're going through these final days, every day is a very emotional day. There's a lot to look forward to, but they're also in that period of reflection, realizing just what a difference they've made, the difference they've made in the lives of their colleagues, but and the students and the family. So we've come to the end. Thank you, and also to the community here. Thank you for your patience as we went through all of these names. It's not every day that we have a cohort like this to honor, and thank you for allowing us to take the time to do it as we did. Thank you. Okay, and now we're moving on to athletic achievements. So, Dr. Bayless, am I handing this over to you and your team?
You are, thank you. Bobby, would you like to come up and introduce the team, since I saw your name on that list? Give you some microphone time here.
Hello. We have our athletic team up here. Now you have me nervous. Okay. After all these years, I'm still nervous. So I'll invite them to come forward. We have our ADs, our principals, and we even have students that will be sharing some of the highlights of athletics this year. So if everyone would like to come forward, I think Buena is first on the slides, but the rest can be real close. Do we have? Okay.
Did you want us to go first and then students, or?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Castro, board members. My name is Derek Rusk. I'm the athletic director at Buena High School. I don't know if you know it or not, but on Sunday, the Ventura County Sports Hall of Fame had their meeting. Two of our athletes were honored at that, Luke Ortiz and Maddie Easter. I'm going to take my glasses off so I can see. Luke was named All-League 2 years in a row, made All-County team, and is Buena's all-time leading blocked shots. Luke was key component to last year's state championship runner-up team as well. Maddie Easter is the most decorated sprinter in Buena history. As a senior, she has 2 school records in the 100 and the 200, as well as being on 3 relay school record teams, the 4x100, 4x200, and sprint medley. She was the league champion in the 100, 200, county champion in the 200, all CIF in the 100 and the 200, and she qualified for the Masters meet and state championship in the 100. Extremely proud of both of these student athletes. Next slide. So a big highlight for me this year was the introduction of girls flag football as a CIF sport. We had over 30 girls come out for flag football, most of them with little to no experience. But from day one, the excitement around that program was palpable. The game, if you haven't seen it, is fast-paced. It's fun to watch. So it's a great addition to the sports that we have at Buena. Our girls golf program was successful as well in the fall, placing second in an incredibly competitive channel league. In fact, 3 of our top 6 golfers in the league were from Buena, Avery Wells, Sierra Engel, and Meg Hampton. Our rising star in the fall was Jack Pointner. As a sophomore, Jack was named to first team All-League, and he's going to be playing on the U.S. national team for the under-18s. In the winter, there was a lot of excitement in the court, on the court as well as on the field. Girls basketball went 22-6 on the year, finishing co-league champions with a very good Ventura team. Not to be outdone, our girls soccer went undefeated on their way to winning a league title as well. Seniors Delaney Timmons and Amanda Nolan led our soccer team as defensive MVP and offensive MVP, respectively. Our rising star in the winter was our sophomore sensation, Charisma Lewis. Charisma was co-MVP on the girls basketball team, as well as second team All-CIF. While I'm on the winter sports here, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Castro and Dr. Bayless for volunteering their time as referees this season when the soccer officials boycotted the season. Thank you, gentlemen, for helping us make that season happen for our student athletes. I only wish I had some pictures that I can share of your shorts and, anyway, thank you both. I also want to thank Sherry DeJong for her organizational skills and keeping those officials scheduled. Next slide. Another relatively new CIF sport was beach volleyball, and this was the first year that CIF held playoffs for that sport. Extremely proud of the fact that Buena competed in those playoffs. Our track and field team sent 4 athletes and a relay team to CIF finals, while our swim team sent 6 athletes and 4 relay teams to the CIF finals. Our spring rising star our stars were junior golfers Adam Anderson and Brady McHenry, first team all-league, and both qualified to play in the California Amateur Championship at Sherwood Country Club later on this month. Remember those names. I think that you could potentially see them on the professional tour one day. That is it for Buena. On behalf of Buena Athletics, I want to just thank the support and opportunity that you all give our student athletes. I'd like to introduce Izzy Pruitt. Izzy's one of our student athletes. She's part of the water polo program as well as the swim team. Izzy?
Hello, thank you for having me here. I would just like to start out by, I have been on both swim team and water polo for 4 years, and it has been an incredible honor. However, I am not nearly the best in my sports at all, and I think that's one of the reasons is why I was put into leadership, was because of the connections that the school has allowed me to make through athletics, because as teenagers, we are not good at talking, especially after COVID. Our social skills are not the best, but our athletics and our sports help develop that, and they help cultivate an amazing community. And I have friends, teammates, coaches, everyone around me has helped me get into the colleges I need to, and it's just been an incredible opportunity. You learn to be a family, which is definitely something that is not easy to cultivate. Our coaches and our AD, Rusk, he's amazing. They have helped us through not having buses, where one time we had to go all the way to TO and Rusk just hopped in a van and was like, okay, let's go. We're gonna get you to your thing. And it's just, you can tell everyone is built to like help each other. There is a foundation that can't be found anywhere else but in athletics. So thank you so much for everything, and it's just been a wonderful 4 years to have. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jamal Brown. I'm the athletic director at Foothill Technology High School, and I really appreciate the opportunity to highlight some of our athletic accomplishments at Foothill Technology for the 23-24 season. You've already met Mr. Gibbs. He's on his way out. I just found out who we got on the way in, so not that we don't like you, Mr. Gibbs, but good information to appreciate you guys letting us know. It's Miss Johnson is the winner, so that's going to be awesome. Let's get on to our highlights here. In our fall, we had 2 Tri-Valley League champions, boys cross country, girls golf, undefeated. To go undefeated in any sport is just a tremendous accomplishment, and to have 2 starting off our fall seasons, that really just kind of set the tone for us. Winter, not to be outdone, we also had 2 Tri-Valley League champions in the winter as well. We had girls soccer and girls basketball as well. So Spring, hot on the heels. They didn't want to be outdone. They wanted to outdo winter, so they did what fall did. They did 2 undefeated league champions in both boys tennis and in baseball. And then CIF, they just went and did runner-up in boys tennis and boys track and field as well. So, I mean, our spring athletes really rose to the occasion. But again, as you well know, it's kind of how you start that game. It's just as important as how you finish that game. So for our fall sports to get us started really early, it really just set the tone. One of the things we're always really proud of at Foothill Tech is our GPAs. So you can see our unweighted, of our spring athletes, unweighted GPA combined 3.48, which is no small feat right there. Next slide, please. Here's our league champions there. We alluded to the undefeated. They get the pictures. But we had boys cross country win a league championship. The undefeated ones there, girls golf, boys tennis, and baseball. And then, like we talked about, girls soccer and both girls basketball, all league champions. Next slide, please. Few all-league MVPs here. We had Lola Tennyson, who's a senior, and Julia Guy. They proceeded to go doubles MVPs in league. Girls cross-country, Rebecca Walker, another senior, had a fantastic cross-country season. She was an MVP in a league. Boys basketball, Ashton Brown. I'm not sure who that kid is, but he was an MVP of league also, a first-teamer. He was also all-county, and he was also a first-team all-CIF-er just as a sophomore in boys basketball this year. Girls track and field, we had some league champions in track and field as well. We had Stephanie Botello in both discus and the shot. She's a senior for us. Rebecca Walker, we mentioned her earlier in the 3200. Bennett Rodman, she's just an up-and-coming sophomore, but look at all those events she does. 300-meter hurdles, high jump, pole vault. You could probably put her in anything, and she'd be really successful. She's an amazing talent. And then Kira Wallace, she's another sophomore for us. Got a couple more years that we're going to have her as well, but she's a league champ in the 1600-meter as well. Boys track and field league champions, boy. Merrick Bayless, 200-meter in the long jump as a senior. I know one person smiling heavy in this room here, that's for sure. Cody Bondi, 4x4-4. You see there as a senior, Braden Elliott, 800-meter in the 4x4. Also, Nick Macias, an 11th grader. We'll get him back next year in the 110 hurdles. Connor White in the 4x4. Ian Clayton, 400-meter, and also that 4x4. Junior, Chance Leandro in the 3200-meter. Connor Bursick in the 300 hurdles. He's a junior. And then Ashton Brown, he was a league champion in the high jump also in track and field. Our girls swimming league champions, Camilla Lewis, 200-meter relay. She's just a junior. All those swimmers are underclassmen for us, so we're going to get them all back next year. Michaela Clayball, she's in the 200 medley relay, say that 10 times fast. And Rihanna Samples in the 200 medley relay. And then finally, Miss Cynthia Hugh, just a sophomore. She just went league champ in the 200-meter relay and the 500-meter, and she's going to be mentioned a little bit later on here in the slides as well. Next one, please. There's all of our CIF playoff teams there. You know, this is just our 10th year of sports at Foothill. So to have that kind of tradition, to have those types of cultures that we've cultivated, it just really shows in the overall success of all of our programs. So all those teams, cross country, boys water polo, girls tennis and soccer, boys soccer, girls basketball, boys tennis and girls beach volleyball, they were all made the CIF playoffs this year at Foothill. And then we mentioned the boys tennis and the boys track and field team. They just promptly did CIF runner-up. And we honor our state champions, we honor our runner-ups, and we honor our CIF champions as well. So those boys tennis and that boys track and field teams, they're going to have banners that are going to hang in our black box forever. So that's going to be a really nice accomplishment for those teams. Finally, our CIF championships here. Sophomore Bennett Rodman, we mentioned her in her league championship, but she just went up to CIF and she got second in the southern section track and field in the high jump. And remember, she's just a sophomore. Merrick Bayless had a tremendous track and field season coming off his soccer season, but he just went third in the CIF Division IV track and field championships in the long jump. Cynthia Hugh, sophomore, both third in both the 200 individual medley and the 500-meter down at the CIF Division III Swim Championships. And then finally, that 4x4 relay team that we mentioned of Cody Bondi, Connor White, Ian Clayton, and Merrick Bayless, they promptly went up to CIF and they got third in the Division IV Track and Field Championships. And I can tell you that was some very, very competitive and fast heats up there. So those guys were smoking around that track. Next slide, please. And finally, our CIF team championships, we have boys cross country, 3rd place, boys tennis, we're runners up this year, and also boys track and field. We had a California State cross country team, our boys, go 3rd this year at the state championships. And then finally, we have a very special state champion here in the house. And I know she's being joined tonight by her mother and her grandmother and her aunt. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Miss Ariel Montejano, state champion.
Hi, I'm Ariel Montejano. I've been a multi-sport athlete at Foothill for 3 years as a water polo player, soccer player, and a thrower. I am one of 2 para track and field athletes to represent Ventura County for the first time at the state meet, the other person being Eric Elman from Rio Mesa. My experience has been amazing, unique. A lot of people think that throwing is just about strength, but it's also about technique as well, and I made great relationships with the coaches and my teammates. I am grateful for the opportunity I had for CIF, and this was my first year participating in para sports. I wasn't knowledgeable about para sports until this year, and I believe a lot more people should be informed about para. I would like to bring up there is a lack of knowledge of what para athletes can bring to our community and participate in due to not knowing how to accommodate us. But there is a strong community. As long as there's coaches willing to help us, we can be our best selves. And thank you for Foothill for having the good coaches, for believing in us. I would like to shout out Coach Tamara, Coach Brown, my principal, my family, Cindy and Megan, many who support me along my journey. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Terry Dath, and I'm finishing my 30th year in public education, 28 at Ventura High School, and I can honestly tell you this is the first time I have ever spoken to the school board. So I'm finishing my first year as athletic director of Ventura High School, and I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Marissa Rodriguez could not be here tonight. One of her children is graduating from high school. So here are some highlights from our seasons in the fall. Our girls cross country team were CIF Division II state champions, and boys cross country teams were state champions or runner-up? Runner-up. Winter girls wrestler Bella Smith competed at the state CIF tournament, and in the spring, boys and girls track and field, both undefeated league champions. 12th year in a row for the boys and 9th in a row for the girls. And boys track were the CIF Southern Section champions. Girls track were the CIF state runner-up. Our average student GPA, and don't ask me how this was computed because I had somebody else do it, was a 3.30. We're also proud of that as well. I truly believe that athletics is the biggest intervention that we have on campus for students and their motivation. So I think I got this slide correct this time. Girls cross country in the fall, Division II state champions. Boys cross country, Division II state runner-up. Kate Duffy is going to UCLA to play volleyball, indoor volleyball, and Anthony Fasthorse will be going to University of Oregon to run. Track and field, Val, and do you know how to say her last name? Fakroga is going to also run and do track and field. She's a jumper at UCLA. Boys water polo were the Channel League co-champions, And just as a note to know how competitive the league is for water polo, 3 out of 4 of the Southern Section Division II finalists came from the Channel League, which was amazing. Girls volleyball were Channel League champs, and we had flag football for the first year ever. Included a picture of Buena cheating right there. Anyhow, next slide, please. Okay, you're not supposed to pull the shirt. It's the flag, Buena. Okay, anyhow. Yeah. So in winter we had boys wrestling were the Channel League champions, and girls basketball were the co-champions with Buena. Very fun games to watch in the winter. And in spring, for the very first time, we had beach volleyball courts on campus. It was very exciting. If you haven't been there, please come. The vibe is incredible. They're above the stadium in the upper parking lot, and a great sport to watch, but also just the community feel is incredible. Boys and girls track and field, league champions, and track CIF, Southern Section champions. Girls swim, we had some champions in the 4x50 free relay, and some school records were broken. And if you haven't had a chance to see Sarah Beckman swim, especially the butterfly, you should come out and do that. She's an All-American, and so you'll hear her name as well. And I brought with me our newly inducted boys Max Houlihan winner. Max Houlihan is the highest honor an athlete can get in their senior year at Ventura High School. And this is Micah Grossman, and he's going to talk a little bit about the success of our cross-country and track teams.
All right, so starting with cross-country, the girls were CIF champions and then state champions, and then the boys were runner-ups in both CIF and then at state, both Division II. And then track season, it was a pretty historic track season for both teams. On the girls' side, they started off really with, they set a national record in the distance medley relay. And then Sadie also set a national record in the girls' mile. So 2 national records from them. And then they were 4th at CIF Southern Section Division II Championships, and then 2nd at the state meet. At the state meet, every single girl who competed at the state meet for them was the state champion. Sadie defended her state title in the 1600. The girls 4x8 won the 2nd ever 4x800 relay at the state meet, and then Val was state champion in high jump. Then on the boys' side of things, we did not set a national record in the distance medley relay, but we have the nation #1 time in the distance medley relay. At CIF Southern Section Division II Championships, we were team champions, which was really awesome. Last time we were team champions were in CIF champions were in 2019, and then before that it was back in 1999, so it's not something that comes around very often. And individually, we had multiple state champions, we had multiple CIF champions, and then we had a few runners were all CIF and all state. My teammate Anthony, he was 2nd in the 1600 and the 800 at CIF, and then 2nd at state in the 1600. I was 3rd in the 1600 at CIF and 2nd in the 3200 at CIF, and then I was 10th in the state for the 1600. And then we had Eric Miyamurio, who was state champion in shot put. And then, not to mention, we also continued our 18-year streak of being undefeated in league. So yes, that was the season for both teams.
Tell them what you'll be doing next year.
Oh, and I'll be running for Cal Poly Slow next year. So yes.
Well, just to bookend that, a special thanks to all of our athletic directors, all of our coaches, particularly our student athletes, and of course, all things emphasis on the student. And I really appreciate, Tara, I think you said it, it is by the numbers our most effective intervention program that we run on our high school campuses. So really appreciate the support that this district has for high school athletics. So happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you so much for your time in presenting.
Any questions or comments by the board?
I just want to thank them for the presentation. It was fantastic. It's so inspiring to see what you all are doing locally, regionally, and around the state. It's just fantastic.
Yes, thank you. I will echo what Sabrina said. It's really quite impressive, so thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. It's wonderful to see how many awesome athletes we have in this town. It's amazing.
And I just wanted to give a shout out to the thrower because I was in the trenches too in high school. So shout out to the thrower. But you know, it was a lot of accomplishments. Even as a thrower, I had to run 100 just for points. That took me like 20 minutes to run 100 meters. But we had to do it. But those are great accomplishments, and we look forward to next year too.
I'd like to thank you for the presentation as well, but I'd also like to reiterate what Dr. Bayless said about our coaches. You know, our coaches do this out of the love of the sport. They don't do it for the money because they don't make much money doing it. So I really appreciate all the adults that help our young people learn and grow in many different ways. So thank you all very much.
I'll just add, thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure many of the athletes hear it, but you truly inspire us. We just marvel at what you accomplish on the field and also in the classroom. You're a remarkable human being. So thank you for the gift of you to our district.
Okay. Moving on to correspondence. Do we have any correspondence, Dr. Castro?
No, we do not.
Any board members have any correspondence? Hearing none, we'll move on to public comments. Ms. Kuros.
Thank you very much. We have some feedback going? No, we're good. One moment here as I bring that up. Good evening. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there is no need to touch the microphone, so just speak right on into it. So the first person we have up, let me just bring this up. Our first speaker will be Aaron Smith, followed by Martin Cook. Sorry, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Castro, and members of Cabinet. I am the parent of an incoming TK student who is enrolled to attend at Lincoln Elementary. We're very excited to have the opportunity for our 4-year-old to attend TK, and we're really thrilled to see the expansion of high-quality TK programs throughout the district. We appreciate also the chance to have school of choice. That's been a great gift, and we've looked at quite a few TK programs. And we came to choose Lincoln for its size, for its welcoming environment, for the experience and quality of the TK teacher, as well as Mr. Asher, the principal. And we assumed that aftercare would be offered at the site. However, the only offering is an income-based program for which we do not qualify. The lack of childcare options for families that work and make more than the income-based program allows is a real challenge, not only for my family, but some other families that we know that also would like for their children to attend Lincoln. We know that Ventura Unified strives to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion across its schools, which we love, but this should also include socioeconomic diversity and inclusion. We hope that we will not need to change schools or find private aftercare so that our child can attend Lincoln, our public school of choice. Please consider adding a fee-based aftercare program to Lincoln Elementary so that all families can have an equitable chance to attend Lincoln. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, followed by Megan Arquette.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone on the board. First of all, thanks for all the amazing work that you do. I'm just about to have my third child go through Ventura School District, and we're very excited about my soon-to-be 5-year-old coming to your wonderful schools. So first of all, I have a question out there. Is there a plan to have a fee-paying option across all elementary schools? As we know, the initial entry point is where families generally stay. And my observation is that inequities in provision, if they continue across the district, then mid-income families will have to choose the fee-paying option, meaning that school enrollment will be based on socioeconomic factors rather than being genuinely community-based. As an administrator for the last 2 years in Santa Barbara, we're grappling with exactly the same problems. I know the challenge with this new TK rollout and the age differences every year. And I also know that the joy of every day is seeing my school come in from our local neighborhood, walking, strolling, marching into our school. And it's as families and as young families, that's the one thing they talk to us like we want a school that we can help not just be a part of, that we can help build. And I'm just encouraging the board to consider these things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Megan Arquette, followed by Pema Grace.
Hello, good evening. My name is Megan Arquette. I'm also a parent of a soon-to-be TKer at Lincoln Elementary. We're extremely excited about this prospect, and I wanted to echo some of the sentiments that Aaron and Martin just expressed. We are friends in the same community. Our children go to private preschool currently together. We are thrilled to have the Lincoln option, and as they mentioned, to have the expanded rollout of TK. Our son just barely makes the TK cutoff, and we're really excited for him to have this opportunity. That being said, I know that some of the smaller schools like Lincoln do face challenges. I think, to my understanding, they are not eligible for some of the same aftercare options that some of the bigger elementary schools have. They simply don't have enough students to meet kind of the minimum requirement necessary to gain a contract. So again, I'm just making a request that if it's at all possible to expand aftercare options, a fee-based aftercare for on-site childcare for those of us that don't meet the income qualifying programs. We would be much appreciative of that effort. We are thrilled to be joining the Ventura Unified District. I myself am an occupational therapist and work closely with the schools, and my partner is in education. So we really support all the efforts and are grateful for all that you do. Thank you very much.
Pema Grace, followed by Jennifer Putman.
Hi, my name is Pema. I have another TK student going to Lincoln. I just want to build off of what they said. We toured schools here in Ventura, in Thousand Oaks, where I work, and we settled on Lincoln because we kind of fell in love with it, and the lack of aftercare was really kind of heartbreaking. I don't believe there's aftercare until first grade, so it's just kind of hard. We might have to make a different choice, but we really are going to try and make it work, at least for next year, and hopefully things will change for kindergarten. Thank you.
Jennifer, followed by Sarah McLaughlin.
Hi. Good evening, everybody, board members, Dr. Castro. I just wanted to say that, well, my name is Jennifer Partman. I've been a credentialed school nurse here with VUSD for over 18 years. I just want to talk a little bit about what it means to be a school nurse and to hold a school nurse credential school nurse services credential in the state of California. So the existing law states a school nurse is a registered nurse currently licensed under the Nurse Practice Act and who has completed the additional educational requirements for and possesses a current credential in school nursing. The authorization statement printed on the current school nurse credential document as found in Education Code 49426 is a comprehensive statement of the duties of a school nurse. It states that the holder may conduct immunization programs, assess and evaluate the health and developmental status of pupils, interpret the health and developmental assessment to parents, teachers, administrators, and other professionals directly concerned with the pupil, to design and implement individual student health maintenance plans, maintain communication with parents and all involved community practitioners and agencies, interpret medical and nursing findings appropriate to the student's individualized education program, and make recommendations to professional personnel directly involved. Consult, conduct, and serve as a resource person for in-service training to teachers and administrators. Develop and implement health education curriculum, act as a participant in implementing a comprehensive health instruction curriculum for students, counsel and assist pupils and parents in health-related and school adjustment services, and teach health-related subjects under the supervision of a classroom teacher. And that's just the beginning. A school nurse services credential is required, and there's no authority to allow either an RN or LVN to serve in a public school assignment. So the most recent data is addressed by the National Association of School Nurses, urges Congress to pass the Nurses for Under-Resourced Schools Everywhere Act, or the NURSE Act, which would recognize the critical role of school nurses in providing students access to quality care so that they are healthy, safe, and ready to learn. And this was just pushed through Congress last month. The national data indicates 65.7% of schools have access to a full-time school nurse. School nursing services inequities exist from state to state, within states and school districts, and between urban and rural schools. In 2020, the U.S. Census Bureau reported 5.6% of children under age 19. 4.3 million children were uninsured. For many of our nation's children, the school nurse is the sole health care provider in an educational setting, enables access to health care. This makes the role of the school nurse more critical. Healthcare happens in schools. School nursing, that's it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Carol Peak.
Hello, everyone. Just kind of some closing remarks for the year. So, to our school board and district officials, I do want to thank you for your support and advocacy for the well-being of our educators. Your decision to prioritize fair compensation this year not only enhances the morale of our staff, but also underscores the significance of investing in the individuals who play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our students. To our dedicated nurses, thank you for your tireless efforts in ensuring our students' health and well-being, creating a safe environment where they can thrive and excel academically. Your compassion and expertise are invaluable in nurturing a community where every child feels supported and cared for. Thank you. To our speech and language pathologists, your commitment to enhancing our students' communication skills is truly commendable. Through your expertise and dedication, you empower our students to express themselves effectively, fostering confidence and success both inside and outside of the classroom. To our counselors, you are the guiding light in our students' lives, offering support, encouragement, and invaluable guidance through life's challenges. Your unwavering commitment to their emotional and academic well-being lays the groundwork for their future success. To our teacher librarians, your innovative spirit and dedication to advancing technology and teaching research skills enrich our students' learning experiences. You play a vital role in cultivating a culture of curiosity and lifelong learning within our school community. to our teachers and our TOSAs. Your passion for education and unwavering dedication to your students' growth and success are truly inspiring. Through your expertise, creativity, and tireless efforts, you shape the minds of future leaders, instilling in them a love of learning and a belief in their own potential. And last but certainly not least, to our classified employees. Your hard work and dedication provide the essential foundation upon which all of our educational endeavors stand. Your contributions often go unseen, but are deeply appreciated as you ensure that every aspect of our school community runs smoothly and efficiently. Together, each of you, all of us, we play a unique and invaluable role in the holistic development of our students, creating a nurturing and supportive environment from which they can flourish. So thank you all for your dedication, your passion, your unwavering commitment to the success of every child who walks through our doors. And as we close this year, I am filled with a sense of optimism for the journey ahead. The past year has presented us with some challenges, yet through resilience, innovation, and collaboration, we have emerged stronger than ever. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Carol Peak.
I'm not naming all the categories. Yeah, we'll be here all night. It's over 3 minutes. Good evening. My name is Carol Peak, and I'm the president of the Ventura Education Support Professional Association. And I would like to speak this evening and to acknowledge with gratitude what a positive year we've had. Since the beginning of my presidency over 5 years ago, my goal has always been to advocate for respect, acknowledgement, and appreciation for all ESPs at Ventura Unified. It has been a process, but I am grateful for the board and this executive cabinet under Dr. Castro's leadership. Together, we have made important, positive, groundbreaking impacts for all the members that I serve. We negotiated a $4 raise. We have a voice and a seat at the table when making decisions that affect our ESP jobs. And we celebrated our first ever Ventura Unified School District ESP Day, and that was to name a few. I see that the respect and appreciation of our hard work and dedication to our students is being acknowledged, not only by words, but with action. Don't get me wrong, though, I still want more. I'm not satisfied, but I know together we are heading in the right direction. I want to thank Sarah McLaughlin, VUEA President, for all that she does and for our partnership. For without her, I could not do what I do, and thank you to the VUEA Association for our continued collaboration. On a personal note, I've had a lot to be proud for this year, and I want to thank you so much in helping me celebrate my personal achievements. I'm grateful for this positive and successful year, and I look forward to continuing this work. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your comments. Moving on, we have two.
I actually had something to say. I had scheduled a meeting with you guys, and it got deleted from my calendar. I just want you to know it was not intentional. It was oversight. I wanted to apologize in public because I was actually looking forward to the breakfast at Cronies. And I moved my new calendar over to make everything sync, and I deleted a lot of things. My wife can contest. She's upset too. But I just want to publicly apologize to you because that was my fault, and so we'll reschedule.
Okay. Any other comments before I move on? Okay. Any more apologies? Okay. This evening we have two public hearings. The first is regarding our 24-25 local control accountability plan. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Danenberg. Staff would like to recommend that we open the public hearing at 7:31. And Dr. Bayless, can you read?
Happy to. Regarding the 2024-25 Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP, a public hearing to review the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, will be held June 4th, 2024 at 6 o'clock, or at this time, at the Ventura Unified School District Education Service Center Boardroom, 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura, California, 93001. The public hearing is being conducted to solicit the recommendations and comments of the public regarding the proposed LCAP. School districts and county offices of education are required to develop, adopt, and annually update the local control and accountability plan, the LCAP, using a template adopted by California State Board of Education. The LCAP is required to identify goals and measure progress for student subgroups across multiple performance indicators. The Ventura Unified School District LCAP has been developed with the input from diverse groups of stakeholders. Adoption of the Ventura Unified School District LCAP is scheduled for June 25th, 2024, and the LCAP can be reviewed at https://www.venturausd.org/about/LCAP.
With that, do we have any public comments regarding our LCAP plan?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. I'll close this public hearing, and we'll move on to a public hearing regarding our proposed budget for the 24-25 school year. Dr. Castro?
Thank you. Well, as you stated, we'll open the public hearing at 7:32. Dr. Mirza.
Okay, a public hearing will be held at June 4th, 2024 at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter as convenient at 255 West Stanley Avenue, Ventura, California, 93001, or via public streaming available at https://www.venturausd.org/board-meetings-live to review the 24-25 proposed budgets. The public hearing is being held to solicit inputs and comments from the public regarding the 24-25 budget. The budgets will be on display for public review from May 29, 2024 to June 4th, 2024 at 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura, California, 93001, or on the district's website in the Business Services section at www.venturausd.org/services/business-services/fiscal.
Do we have any public comments on our proposed budget?
We do not.
Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and we will move on. Earlier in the evening, we moved agenda item 16A1, the District English Learner Advisory Committee report up, so we'll hear from them now. Dr. Castro.
And as I have done in the past, I will hand this over to Dr. Bayless and his team. Looking forward to it.
And I will dutifully pass it on to Dr. Soledad Molinar, Executive Director of Educational Services.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to present our District English Learner Advisory Committee, our annual report to the board. Next slide, you'll see an overview of our DEAC goals. These are goals that were co-created with our District English Learner Advisory over the last several years. And you will see our first one is your student's school helping him or her achieve a proficiency in English. Is your student school helping him or her be successful in all academic areas? Is the school helping your student prepare for college and careers in both languages? Is your student participating in any type of community service? Is your student participating in any extracurricular activity? And do you feel your student's school is meeting your needs as parents or caregivers? Traditionally, in the past, we've gathered feedback from our multilingual families utilizing a survey or making phone calls. This is our second year holding highlighting student voice and family voice, and we had our focus groups. And so we had several rounds of focus groups with students from various school sites and then also parents at 2 different focus groups. We utilized the feedback to be able to provide professional learning for our families, classes, and also highlight different themes for our meetings throughout the year. At this point, I'm going to pass the presentation over to Sarah Gluck-Perez, who was one of our teachers on special assignment.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having us here. I'm Sarah Gluck-Perez, teacher on special assignment. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Like last year, the survey questions are in student-friendly language that we used. We got into teams of 2 TOSAs each, and we went to 5 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 3 of the comprehensive high schools and Pacific. We chose students various grade levels, various proficiency levels, different home languages, and we went to some schools with high populations of multilingual learners and other school sites with fewer to understand the difference in those experiences. And then we had, as Dr. Molinar mentioned, we had 2 parent focus groups, and then we have been spending time since then gathering and analyzing the data for you to sort of bring you a few themes tonight. Thank you. We're going to have a student speak with us today. Camila Castillo is a 7th grader at Anna Kappa. Next slide is here. That's great. This is just talking about goals 1 and 2. We've combined them onto one slide. And Camila is going to start with a student statement for you briefly.
Hello, good evening. My name is Camila Castillo. I'm in 7th grade at Anna Kappa Middle School, and I'm 13 years old. A few of my hobbies are drawing, dancing, playing and writing music, singing, writing, and much more. I was born in Ventura, California, but both of my parents are from Mexico. Sorry. Now, even though there are a lot of Latinos and Mexicans here, we end up having to work twice as hard if we want to make a career or a living out of our passions. Many people, some even being us, have lower expectations of ourselves. But thanks to our familia, we are reminded to aim higher. One of the things that gets me through these thoughts is my school, mostly from my friends, but also from my teachers. Now, I have to admit, I don't have the best grades, but I'm still passing. At my school, all of my teachers are pretty supportive of our grades and future. A teacher I really want to give a shout out to is my music teacher, Mr. Gabriel Garnett. He has pushed us to be in all the ways he knows that we can achieve in music and how we can express ourselves in it. He has also helped us have a lot of amazing opportunities. Someone I would also like to thank from these opportunities is Claudia Aguilera. They have both given me the chance to give myself more confidence in my passions, music, singing, and public speaking, as being my first time today. My school has also taught me that being fluent in both Spanish and language benefits not just for myself, but also for those in my community. I hope that I will one day get the honor to perform for you. Thank you for having me tonight, y muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much, Camila. I know that takes a lot to come up here and speak to us, so thank you. Those were some positive feedbacks from those first 2 goals that we mentioned. We have strong student-teacher connections in Ventura Unified. That's on our TOSA team, and with Dr. Bayless, we always say that's that sacred, sort of protected little unit, teacher-student, and everything we do is in service of that, and we can see that based on the responses from students and their families. Areas for growth are there, include more engagement and rigor in content, and then we need the language and vocabulary development for our language learners as well. Next slide, please. My colleagues have asked me to give you some detailed information here. We've been here really a long time already this evening, so I will be brief. But this is what our M&M department and the TOSAs on the team really focus on, and this is our kind of what we work backwards from, is our multilingual learner supports for English acquisition. We just wanted to remind you about the process for students to get out of being classified as a multilingual learner, and that is by scoring a 4 on our state test called the LCAP. That opens a door for us to then consider additional locally determined criteria, and we have used data in more ways than we have in the past. I'm proud of the work we've done. One of the ideas we wanted to let you know about, and a vision from Dr. Molinar and the team, was focusing on those students, even the long-term English learners. They were born here in Ventura. They've been in our schools since they were in kindergarten. They continue to sort of score a 3 on that state test. We decided to target those 3s, those students who were really close to scoring that 4, to open the door for reclassification. We built Canvas modules on reading and writing so the students could take practice assessments before the test. They had access to it, practice, and they could get real-time feedback based on rubrics. We did that through grades from grades 4 through 12, and we haven't received this year's LCAP data yet, but we predict that we're going to see students who are just more prepared. We think we're going to help those students maybe even break out of that plateau that they've been at. So targeting those 3s was really important for us. Another thing that elementary did, which is interesting, is that they took those students who scored a 4 but weren't able to meet the locally determined criteria, which are district assessment benchmarks, reading scores, and put them in an alternative, smaller setting and offered them the MAP test, which then allowed them to cross that finish line and be reclassified. And that really did lead to more students reclassifying here in Ventura Unified. We progress monitor twice a year. That's done through a program platform called Elevation. We provide LPAC pep talks. We have given over 50 pep talks at elementary and 30 at the secondary, where we go pep the students up, talk about the importance of multilingualism, make them feel very proud of their accomplishments, and get them ready to take the test. It's not teaching to the test. It's not a real focus on the test, but it's a building up of that self-esteem and the importance of that multilingualism for our students. We provide professional learning for our teachers. We're very proud of a 3-part series that we've been presenting as a interdisciplinary team between special education and M&M. We were fortunate to be able to present at CABE this year, big state conference, and we had standing room only, I would like to report. The fire marshal had to get people out of the back. But it showed us that our team is becoming one of the most knowledgeable teams in the region on the intersection of disability and language learning, and we have people from all over the region asking us to help them understand it. So we're really proud of that work that we've been doing, and we have ML liaisons at all of our sites, as well, as you know. The K-5 team had 43 grade level collaboration meetings this year. That means every kindergarten, every first grade teacher, every second came to this district at some point, met with the team to discuss language objectives, LPAC, and Lexia, one of the other platforms we're using. That's really, that says a lot about the elementary team that was working really hard to bring teachers into the conversation and really have teachers build capacity among the teachers to feel confident working with their multilingual learners. And then we've had lots of multilingual learner reclassification celebrations at the schools. I encourage you to see. We still have some coming up this year. They're very special. The students bring their families, and it's a really nice ceremony where they receive a certificate, and it feels like I've seen a change at our sites in treating it as just as big of a ceremony as other ones that have been in place for a long time. So it's really nice to see that. Thank you for that. That is the big bulk of the work that we do. And we're proud. We're really proud of it. Next slide. We'll just show you really quickly. We have begun using a program called Lexia in K-8. This is a listening program that students can use as they are newly arriving to the United States in elementary and early middle. And we just wanted to show you the first rectangle on the left is when the students started. You see that they're mostly in the in the newcomer and emerging band, and then the second chart is the growth this year. Many students moving up into those bridging and expanding levels. That's a lot. That's a tremendous amount of growth, and that is going to be exactly reflected in reclassification rates. Students who are scoring 4s this year as well, I believe. Thank you. Next slide. This is something that I was not sure if I know how to articulate it the way that it is in my head. But even as our enrollment declines, our rate of reclassification among English learners increases. So if you see the number of students potentially is going down, but the rate at which they reclassify, the number of them that reclassify is on its way back up, as you can see there. This year, we had 165 high schoolers reclassify. That's a lot. We had 71 elementary students, and that's a total of 236 for 23-24. And one fact that we really haven't included here is something that we often see reclassified students outperform some of their native English-speaking peers after they reclassify. So that's really exciting to have 236 students heading down that path. Next slide, please. Just quickly, these are some of the pep talks that our team gives when we go and really encourage students to embrace their multilingualism. Often we get into the high schools and the students didn't realize even anymore, they don't really think of themselves as multilingual, so we really encourage them and treat it like a really big deal for them. Next slide, please. These are our multilingual learners over time. Again, declining enrollment doesn't mean we have, I don't believe we have fewer multilingual learners per in the district. We just have fewer students in general, but I think the rate remains steady, and certainly their growth is increasing. Next slide, please. These are just a couple of our reclassification celebrations this year. Very fun. Again, it's treated like a big ceremony. It's made a big deal. We've had district leadership come and principals and families, and I think it's a very welcoming and very inclusive activity. So we appreciate the support from the board and district exec cab for that. Next page, please. I'm trying to show you some of our pictures and get through it. This is onboarding. Wanted to let you know that before the school year, every year in the 2 weeks prior, we have students, multilingual students and their families come to their site, and they get to meet the principal and some assistant principals, possibly some counselors. And it's designed specifically for those multilingual learners. It's designed to build a sense of belonging and welcoming. We talk about A through G requirements. We talk about what's available before and after school at each site. We talk about reclassification criteria. We talk about our ELACs, DEACs, LCAP, so many abbreviations. But we really do a good job of welcoming these students and having them get off on the right foot at their new site or as the new school year begins. I will finally take a step back. If you'll take the next slide, please.
Actually, before you go, I had a couple of questions.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I like questions. Okay, here I know. I'm trying to get, I want you guys.
So if you go back a couple of slides, one of the things that you had as feedback from families was a need for more access to academic supports.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was wondering, are you guys going to touch on that here about how that's going to be addressed, or is Dr. Bayless going to touch on it during the LCAP?
Probably a combination. We certainly are, I'm not sure that we're presenting any solutions tonight, but we are very open to feedback from you all as well, and we meet continuously to talk about what that looks like moving forward. For us, it has a lot to do with teacher support. Like, it doesn't necessarily have, it's not nothing we need to purchase, it's not anything that we really need, it's just building capacity, really, and so it may not be articulated really specifically here, but that's what goes on in our meetings when we think about the best way.
Sarah, if I could just interject real quick, because I know this is a big topic, but it's something that you've already touched on. You talked about grade level collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
That's
at the
one
elementary.
of those things.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But then can you talk about some of the role over the last couple of years about the focus on language objectives? Because I think that those are really, really just easily accessible things.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for those. I wasn't sure if that was exactly the question. So yes, we've provided those elementary grade level meetings were an incredible lift for the elementary TOSA team. They had buy-in, they had everybody coming, and they had it very well organized. And so at that time, teachers in elementary were learning and building capacity towards meeting language needs, working with their language learners, understanding LPAC, understanding how they can incorporate that. Lots of those strategies work for all students. They don't have to be just particular to multilingual learners. And then our team has been going to elementary and middle schools and high schools, and we've presented to K-12 principals multiple times in the past year and a half on language objectives. This is the piece of, we have our content objectives, science, social studies, math, English, literature. And then we need, when we have multilingual learners learning the language, in order to learn the content, they also need to have access through what we refer to as language objectives, and they're set by this California Department of Education, but we have developed professional development to go out to sites and work with our principals again to build that capacity for how do you make the content accessible to the multilingual learners. And again, for us, it's not a program that we need to buy. It's not a change we need to make, except in the way that teachers feel confident to, again, building that capacity, the rigor in their lessons, lesson planning, and curriculum and instruction development.
Second question. So this morning I was at EP Foster's reclassification breakfast, which was fantastic, and definite shout out to Principal Contreras. She did a fantastic job. But I heard that not all of our schools are doing that. So I was just curious if there's something that we can be doing to encourage making sure that that celebration is happening at every site.
Yes, we encourage it. We would love to see that too, and we work very hard to help plan them and bring them if they need materials or if they need us to get breakfast and things to set it up for them, because the site leaders are overwhelmed often. They have so many other things, and especially at this time of year. But we have been really impressed in the schools that have decided to put it on. It has been a really big deal, and so we'd love to spread that out. Spread the love.
And just to share like a kind of, to share just how important this is for families. One of the families that was there today, it was the 1-year anniversary of the passing of their father. And they were all there to support their elementary school student who was being honored. It was that big a deal for them. And I think for us to acknowledge that these families work hard alongside their students to achieve these goals, and so it is worthy of acknowledgement and celebration, right? And so, like I said, if there's something that we can do as a board or as, you know, to support that, I think it's really important.
Can I share something?
Thank you, please.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably the first year that we really have made that push. Last year it got away from us, but this year it's been the charge of Carlos and then also Maricela, our two district English learner liaisons, to reach out to each of their sites at the secondary and elementary level, find out when the date is for reclassification ceremonies and celebrations, and then also, like Sarah was mentioning, provide that support. Do you need support with, you know, ordering snacks or food or recognition for students, you know, certificates, to make sure that we're able to support them in getting that done. So hopefully we can continue that type of support throughout the years.
Yep, that's right. Call my colleague Claudia.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. So we asked in Goal 3, we asked our students about using both of their languages towards college and career goals. As you can see on this slide, students understand the connection between college and careers. They have strong aspirations to go to college and to ultimately have fulfilling careers. We see a need for early engagement and student just knowledge around college, and the discussions to be started at an earlier age, as early as elementary. We also want to continue to encourage students to see themselves as future leaders. The VUSD must continue to promote dual enrollment, AVID programs, and programming for students around the connections between school, college, and their careers. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here, you can see last week's data regarding the number of SEALs. We had a few applications that we received even this week. This is not 100% accurate. And so they turned in their applications due to special circumstances. So we have had a very personalized process this year. We met with the students who had been reclassified in order to support them in applying for the SEAL. Over 300 students have earned the VUSD SEAL, and about 200 have earned the California State SEAL. Regarding the California State Seal of Biliteracy, we have some historic news. Along with the 18 students receiving the VUSD Seal of Biliteracy for the very first time ever, 4 students have received both from Pacific, and these students are Sarah, Valeria, Itzel, and Tyler, who have earned the California State Seal of Biliteracy. Congratulations to them and to their families. And a big thank you to Deidre Munares, Kathy Elliott, Lorena Garcia, and the team for supporting their students in earning the seal. Thank you to all the TK 12 teachers, the World Language Department chairs, multilingual learner monitors, and counselors for supporting students in this achievement. So, next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So,
I knew that.
Okay. Okay.
Pausing, sorry. I was just curious because I know we have a larger number of students who speak Arabic, but we have very few that are getting the biliteracy seal. So it was just, is there a disconnect for our Arabic speaking students, or are they not, maybe, I know some of them came young, maybe they're just not at high school age yet? I was just curious if you know.
And if you don't, it's okay. Yeah, we don't know. Deanna Lomax has really been overseeing that process, but that's something that we can follow up with on, because that's kind of our second largest number of multilingual learners is our students who speak Arabic. So I know that we do provide the outreach in Spanish and Arabic, so that way, you know, families are aware of it, but I can follow up with her to see kind of where is that disconnect.
Disconnect with the population and
the numbers. Absolutely.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so here we have is this the next? Okay, thank you. Okay, so here we have the combination of goals 4 and 5. Participation in community service and extracurricular activities. Some of the strengths we see in ELOP, providing opportunities for our students to attain richer just opportunities for their own growth academically, and to further develop their abilities. Areas of growth might be to expand accessibility for our students, to create diverse communities of students that have the opportunity to receive these opportunities in our district. So to give more information, we have La Señora Maria Corsa, a parent.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Corsa. My husband and I are proud parents of 2 children in the Ventura Unified School District. Thanks to the after-school program, my children have participated in ELOP classes and the Harmony Project. In the ELOP classes, they expanded their knowledge about the brain and other areas of study through various scientific experiments. In the Harmony Project, my 8-year-old daughter Lucero has learned to play the violin and develop other skills through music. Following my daughter's example, my 6-year-old son Juan Jose has also been motivated to play the violin. I would not have been able to provide this opportunity for my children if it wasn't for this program. I recognize that private music lessons are a bit expensive, and I'm glad that the district is helping several students develop their skill through music. We have also enjoyed field trips to Santa Barbara Zoo, the Maxim Museum, and Rancho Salias. I would like to see this opportunity continue to be available so that all the students may benefit and strengthen their talents as they achieve their own success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. This was from our parent focus group, how the school is meeting the needs of our parents and caregivers. We had big meetings, 2 different meetings at different times of day in order for parents to be able to come to the one that worked best for them. And we offered food and community, and we find that the strengths are that families do feel that sites are responsive to their needs, and we have multiple parent groups through M&M that are being very successful. And there are areas for growth. Parents report having concerns about safety and well-being on campuses, professional development, academic support and communication, a welcoming environment, and healthy nutrition. We have a parent with us who would like to give you a brief statement in Spanish, and then I will interpret in English. This is Mayerlin Villarroel, a parent in our district.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mayerlin Villarroel. Soy mamá de María Ángel. Me gustaría tomar un momento para hablar sobre la importancia y beneficios de las reuniones de padres. Estas reuniones han demostrado ser un pilar fundamental para responder a las necesidades de nuestras familias. Gracias a iniciativas como Mucho Más que los Miércoles, DEAC, Disciplina Positiva y el proyecto para inspirar, hemos creado espacios donde los padres pueden reunirse, compartir experiencias y recibir el apoyo que tanto necesitamos. Estos grupos no solo fortalecen nuestra comunidad escolar, sino que también ofrecen una red de apoyo invaluable para todos los involucrados. Es importante mencionar que necesitamos más apoyo en el área de seguridad, bienestar, comunicación entre el hogar y la escuela, mejorar la alimentación escolar e incrementar oportunidades académicas. Estas oportunidades son cruciales para resolver problemas y crear una comunidad unida. Invito a todos, los padres, a seguir participando en todas las actividades que nuestro distrito ofrece. Gracias.
I'm interpreting here. I would like to take a moment to talk about the importance and benefits of the parent meetings. These meetings have proven to be a fundamental pillar in responding to the needs of our families. Thanks to initiatives such as Mucho Más que Miércoles, DEAC, Disciplina Positiva, and the Project to Inspire, we have created spaces where parents can meet, share experiences, and receive the support we so need. These groups not only strengthen our school community, but also offer an invaluable support network for everyone involved. It's important to mention that we need more support in the areas of safety, well-being, and communication between home and school, as well as improving school lunch and increasing academic opportunities. These opportunities are crucial to solving problems and creating a tight-knit community. I invite all parents to continue participating in all the activities offered in our district. Gracias, señora. Next slide. We're second to last, penultimate. Oh, this isn't even me. Thank you.
So this year we were able to once again hold our second kermés. Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Castro, for participating in this wonderful community event. We had a diverse group of students that performed their talents. As you can see in the picture, in the various pictures that we took that day, we had over 350 attendees, and it was a phenomenal experience for all of them and a beautiful opportunity for our district to open the doors and continue building bridges between school and our community that we serve. So thank you very much for allowing us to have the kermés.
So that's it. We just want to thank students and parents for their honest feedback, the hard work of the Multilingual Multicultural Department and Educational Services, and a special thank you to the parents who presented here this evening and our students, and just the collaboration as we work together to serve all of our students. Thank you.
Board comments?
I have another question, sorry. So I was just curious if you got specific feedback about what parents mean when they say safety and well-being. Like, were there specific action points that came up that were recommendations from the committee?
Did you?
Much from our elementary parents, it has to do with openness of campuses or fencing or somehow securing campuses more. From our secondary parents, it actually has to do with substance abuse disorder and education, tobacco, and et cetera. And I think that so I think that families are looking for just, we provide in terms of secondary, we provide education around that. We could potentially enhance that. As far as campuses, that's not anything I can speak to, but that's one of the concerns and it has come up honestly at LCAP too. We've had parents at LCAP. These conversations are we're hearing them in multiple places, and I think it's sort of it sort of seems general comments often that they just feel the climate as well. It contributes to that, of course, families feeling that way, so.
Or even more of just an awareness as well. I know this was brought up at one of our LCAP meetings in regard to bullying, what is our process, how do we respond? So just having that awareness and how parents could also support us in knowing that process and how to support their students.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for that. I thought it was really informative for me, and I just want to, listening to the parents' feedback, I think is just so important and just crucial that we support them, because that's what they need at home. I mean, they're with us for such a limited amount of their time in the big scope of things. Oh, sorry. So if we could, just support what the parents feel like they need at home, so there's that continuation and carryover, I think that makes such a huge difference. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. Working in a school also with high ELD students, the fact that you're focusing on that plateau of where they score 3, that's a tough hurdle to get to 4. So looking at your numbers and comparing mine to my other school, I'm not going to tell you what those numbers are, but we look pretty good. So I'm hats off to your team. Thank you so much.
If you can back up one slide. If you see that dark big circle right there, that's me. So I was, it's just in case you were wondering who that was me, I was there. And first of all, I'd like to say that I see the parent who spoke, she also sang like 4 songs, and she also wrote us a poem. And the student that spoke also sang beautifully too. Like, I think she sang 3 songs. So it was enjoyable. And I actually went to the drug awareness meeting that was in Spanish, and I had an interpreter interpreting English, and it is very difficult to sit there and listen in another language and have someone interpret to you. So those parents that go through that and sit there and concentrate on listening to the interpreter but still trying to get the gist of the meeting, it's very difficult. And so I applaud the parents that come and participate. And I didn't realize Sabrina and Antonia and I were in Sacramento at an equity workshop. And we unpacked specifically multi-language learners, the hurdles that they have to jump just to get there. And it's amazing what they have to go through. And so when they plateau and perform highly, that's why some score higher, because they do a lot to achieve grades and scores in our school districts when they speak multiple languages. So I applaud the effort and all the work. And if there's anything ever I can do to help, please let us know as a board, and we will be Johnny on the spot.
Thank you.
I just would like to thank the parents for their willingness to participate in the committee and for their willingness to participate in the report, but more importantly, for you giving us your ideas of what we can do to improve education for your children, because you know your children better than we do, and we really do thank you. So thank you very much. Dr. Castro?
I think this team continues to build community across our professionals, across our students and our families, and it just every year you continue to build on the successes from the last. So thank you for your intentionality. I can absolutely see, in addition to people dancing the cha-cha slide, there are some other evidences that we are heading in the right direction. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
This would be a good time for us to take our evening break, so let's take a 10-minute break. Welcome back to the school board meeting. Earlier this evening, we pulled action item 15A. Moving on to action item 15B, Dr. Castro has a request. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. So that way we can focus our time and energy on the LCAP and the budget. Item 15B1 was, we were just going to open this. We weren't going to ask for approval for today. If there's consensus of the board, staff would be fine with us bringing this back for our second meeting in June. If there's consensus, if I can just see. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to action item C1, certification of signatures.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Action item 2, request of approval of contracts exceeding $25,000.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. This is also an area where we can kind of split our time. The contract list, items 1 through 13, is the standard way that we've been bringing this forward. These are contracts that exceed $25,000 or more. Staff was also interested in engaging the board on a broader conversation about, it has budget implications, but there was a second attachment on that, which notes a total of about $9 million of contracts that would be, excuse me, not contracts, but would be essentially encumbrances for special education services. We wanted, based on the feedback that we'd received from the board about wanting to be a little bit more transparent, to be able to group total expenditures, we were going to engage in a conversation on that. We don't need, there's no approval needed on this second document. It was just going to be as a part of how we built this conversation around the 25,000 or more. So we can, at your discretion, we can engage in that conversation, or we can just move forward with the approvals for the 25,000 or more, which is items 1 through 13.
Well, let's take the first one first. The items 1 through 13 approval. Are there any questions?
I got a question.
Right.
Sorry. Annual Q, that's the service we pay for access to grades and families. It's the one that's 243.
That's our student information system.
That's the information system.
Yep, that has all of our student records in there, grading, attendance, enrollment.
Okay. Just double checking. It seems expensive, but thank you.
Any other questions?
I just want to thank staff for the information about the Pierpont desks. And with that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
The other list, I don't know if we want to have any discussion on it tonight. That's up to the board, but it's really more so that we keep in mind as we go through. These aren't contracts that are coming to us tonight. They'll be coming to us throughout the year. And so this is, these are just budget implications that the staff wanted us to be aware of. So I don't know, any more comments, Dr. Castro?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. No, you've captured the idea. What we wanted to do was, at every interval of a meeting, we are bringing forward discrete contracts for services, but it also, it obfuscates the total impact. Like, what is the total cost? And you've asked us several times to want to understand like a bigger picture. So what staff did is want to thank Fiscal Services and our special ed staff in particular for reviewing all of our special ed contracts. And so what we are doing is consolidating our services. This is our best guess estimate in terms of what the total encumbrance for all of these special ed services would be in just over excess of $9 million. But then, of course, what happens is as each contract is approved, you're seeing one section of that, but you're never seeing the big picture. So what that's essentially the information you had. We thought it would be important just to bring up in terms of a broader budget discussion that we'll be having tonight as well. But again, that was the intention, and we can engage on this the next time time we come around. But the real purpose for that was that when we come forward at our next meeting for June 25th, we also didn't want you to be surprised that we will have a huge number of contracts to bring forward before the beginning of the fiscal year, many of which, of course, will be services for special education.
So I think what our intention is here is to put this in front of the board, and we're working with our special education department to try to get all of the contracts ready. A lot of them is just timing. Some of them are not ready now. Some of them may be ready at the beginning of the year, but we don't want services to get impacted for students. So we wanted to put this in front of you and work with our special education staff for the next June meeting. We'll try to get as many contracts on this list in front of the board for approval for the start of the school year.
I guess I have the question, so as we look at, I mean, the vast majority seem to be paraprofessional staffing. So is this kind of a worst case if we can't fill those positions with staff members? Kind of like we plan for this, but then hopefully we are able to hire these people ourselves and then we can terminate these contracts.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I appreciate you bringing this. It's going to be helpful for us who are on the FICMAC committee to get a better understanding of where, what is being coded for SPED and what is not. So this is very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, let's move on to approval of the Prop 28 expenditure report. Dr. Castro?
And Dr. Mirza, this is a really comprehensive report. Do you want to share some detail?
Since we haven't spent any money.
Just it's an annual requirement for the Prop 28 expenditure report, so that the board has to certify. So at this point, it's all zeros. We didn't spend any of the funds at this point. So.
But we're required to tell the state we didn't. Required to tell the state we didn't spend any money yet. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, award contract RFP number 1-25 district-wide copier lease. Dr. Mirza?
Yes. So our district-wide copier lease was up for renewal. So the technology team working with graphics and purchasing department went out to bid, and we completed the whole process. And so the lowest bidder was Konica Minolta, and so we're requesting the board at this time seeking approval.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Number 5, award the contract C3-24 EP Foster Annex Modernization.
Okay, this is to remodel the EP Foster Annex that was brought forward to the board, I believe back in April.
I can't remember what I put it in the board memo.
Yeah, I believe it was back in April or so that we brought the entire project in front of the board, seeking approval utilizing expanded learning ELOP funds. And so went out for bid, and we are seeking approval for the contractor to be awarded.
So I just have a request, because there is a space in between when these things come to us kind of for review and then this. I think it's really helpful for the public to have a description of what is being approved more than just the bid information. I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't really tell you what's being done, right? But for the public to know what is actually being done, maybe just attaching what was attached in April for people to understand.
Yeah, because the pictures you said show a lot. Like when you see the big number, but when you show the pictures of what you're remodeling, it makes it easier for people to say, okay, that's why.
Yeah, no problem. That shouldn't be a problem.
Just for transparency.
Yeah, thank you so much for the feedback. Asan and I did discuss that especially when so much time has passed, and this will be more and more common, so we will be providing additional detail. But thank you for the feedback.
Even if a lot of time hasn't passed, I think just as the agenda item, it's helpful to have that.
I'll move approval.
Just real quick, just real comment. I've been speaking about this at our local meetings, the Westside Community Council, and everybody seems incredibly excited. I mean, they're very, very excited. They've been wondering what's going to happen to that. It's going to get demolished. Is something going to happen? But the fact that we're investing money in it and having it open to the public, that's huge. So it's just another area for our kids to go to. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the hard work going to remodel this annex.
Move approval.
A second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to the conference agenda, we've already handled conference item A1, our DEAC advisory report, and we thank those that gave that. Number 2, review of the update of Prop 28 school site templates. I assume Dr. Bayless?
Yeah, thank you, President Dannenberg. Just again, this is a next step in our ongoing dialogue about Proposition 28 templates to guide our principals in creating plans. Really appreciate the feedback that we've received along the way. I think this is our 3rd version, and hopefully you'll find this version responsive to your last round of input to prompt principals and to allow them a place to note how their plans target an increase for arts access for special populations, and that's in each of the 3 opportunities, the plan components there. So we have English learners, and that really should be English learners, multilingual learners, EL, ML, foster youth homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged / low income, and special education. So looking forward to your feedback. We continue to learn along with other districts as the state releases more FAQs on their website, and we've been in dialogue, as most districts are, back and forth with CDE, trying to gain some clarification. There's a few things that have been clarified along the way. One outstanding question that we have is whether or not funds can be spent simply to lower class sizes, so not to increase the number of students, but to lower class sizes. And the state has not been clear or definitive or responsive on that topic. But in working with legal counsel and interpreting, making some extrapolations from the expenditure report where we're required to note the number of students served, we are wrestling with that concept that the spirit of the law seems to be about increasing the number of students served, increasing the amount spent and the number of students served. So that's an open question. I just wanted, again, for the sake of transparency, to share what we think we're learning and what we still need to learn. But again, as far as this plan goes, if this plan template is at a point where you feel like we can begin to work with our principals to create the plans for next year, we'd be pleased to do that. But if you feel like more revisions are needed, we'd be happy to do that as well.
So first, I think the plan is great, but I had a question about your comment. So with the question of reducing class size, I mean, obviously reducing class size for class size sake wouldn't, to me, seem within the spirit of Prop 28. But if we were reducing class size specifically to include underserved populations, that doesn't seem like that's getting approved?
Well, so first of all, I want to concede and confess that we don't have specific answers. CD has not been able to provide a definitive answer on that topic. What I would say is that if currently there's room in a class for students to be included, but no students are electing to take that course, or there's no program alignment with students' IEP goals or anything like that, simply dividing that class into 2 sections when there was already room for students in that initial section doesn't appear to me to be in the spirit of the law, because we already had room for inclusion, but those students that had the option of being in that class didn't elect to take it, or we, for whatever reason. So if it's really a result of not being able to access that class because maybe it's a singleton and it exists in period 5, and because of the way student schedules are, the students who want it can't access it. That would be a case where I would say it would conform to the spirit of the law because we have students that are being master schedule conflicted out of that option. I can't think of specific examples where that would be true, but master schedules are ever-changing and complex. Each year there could be a case where that applies. But simply to create another section of a class when there is already empty seats available in the first section doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the law. But again, no definitive answer from CDE.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I think it looks great, and I love the fact that it includes all the special populations because they're often underserved, and to see them really, highlighted how it's going to specifically help them is important, and I love that. So thank you.
Your ideas, I appreciate that.
I concur.
Mr. Peterson, anything?
I concur.
I would just ask, have you had any discussion with the principals yet on how to serve some of those underserved populations so that they're thinking, some of them may not be thinking as far ahead as some of the others, so sharing their ideas may be valuable?
That's a great question. I think it certainly depends on the level. Sometimes the serving underserved populations in certain levels, middle school, elementary, hinges on transportation. So there are some other departmental variables that mix with this, but all things being doable and equal, it does have to do with what students want to take and what they'll engage in, particularly at the high school level. So it's offering them options that they will choose to stay for a 7 period. We have a fantastic high school comprehensive bell schedule across the board where we have 7 period days, and students aren't required to stay for those 7 periods, but we want to offer them things where they will, so they can increasingly engage with our schools and create community. So that's the primary mechanism, I'd say, how we serve underserved populations when they're not being served because we just don't have the choices that they would want to engage in. But the other parts of it have to do with when it's offered, the transportation, and also being able to continue on in intervention, credit recovery, so that it's not a forced choice between being an AVID and enrolling in this new arts opportunity. We want to create choices. We want to avoid as much as possible forced choices. But and again, I want to thank our associations and for working with us to get a 7 period day at all 3 of our comprehensive sites. We're exploring things like 0 periods at the middle schools, but again, transportation is something that we have to work out. So those are the primary considerations that I hear from principals.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on, we'll go to item number 3, consideration of the K-12 school plans for student achievement. Dr. Bayless.
All right. Thank you, President Dannenberg. I'm really pleased to bring this to you because this is new for this district, bringing SIPSA plans in the spring, and this is a step towards our ultimate goal of bringing them to you mid-year. One of the goals that we have in our current LCAP and in our upcoming LCAP, as you'll see, is parents as partners. The SIPSA plans are really generated in partnership with parents. And to be sincere documents, they need to be done at a time when real decisions about staffing and programs can be made. And when that's done in the fall, it's not as authentic and sincere a process of input as it could be. And so we're working, I want to again thank Dr. Mirza and his team for helping us move all of our processes, which includes budgeting. They have to know what their budgets are to sit with their parents and work on school site council to make decisions about how those supplemental concentration and Title I dollars are spent. And that's a lot of work to get us there. So it really is a big cultural, mechanical shift in our district. So I'm really thankful that the principals were able to work with their school site councils to get it done. And again, this will be done even earlier next year to increasingly make this process an authentic parents and guardians as partners process.
Questions by the board?
I think this transition, although I can appreciate what an incredibly heavy lift it is, not only the culture shift, but just, you know, kind of giving people the time to do this. It's super important. Like, as a school site council member, I always felt like, okay, you ask me for my feedback, but all the money's mostly been allocated to staffing, which you can't change midstream. So, like, what am I, you know, why am I here? So to give families the opportunity to actually engage on it as you're in the planning makes total sense. And so I appreciate the effort.
No, I appreciate all the hard work that our sites put into these plans. I mean, as a parent, I'm always looking at my kids' school to see what's going on. So, you know, it's like, you know, Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez said, it's a heavy lift, and it's great to see that, you know, it came together and these plans look really, really amazing.
Any other board comments? I think it's a great job. Thank you. I appreciate getting it earlier, and it's a goal that's to be commended. Okay, moving on to the 24 through 27 local control accountability plan. Dr. Bayless.
Okay. Very pleased to bring this LCAP draft to you, and again, it is a draft. This is one of the required but important points of receiving public input through this board presentation, so your input is really valuable as we work with the county in finalizing that document in preparation for your final approval at the end of this month, and that's a requirement that they be board approved by the end of June. So I think what I want to say by way of introduction here is that I feel incredibly proud of this LCAP, not because it is mine, but truly because I think it fulfills the spirit of the LCAP in that I can take this to DEAC, I can take this to the LCAP committee, I can take it to the principals meetings, I can take it in multiple educational partner venues, and they will see their voices and their input directly in here. And I think that that's the measure of a good LCAP. So I just can't speak highly enough of the people who come to our LCAP. Trustee Levier, thank you very much for being our district board representative. Ariel Montejano was one of our student representatives. There are several parents in the audience who were part of our LCAP committee, so I'm just very proud of the engagement process that Dr. Molinar partners with me on, and to all the TOSA team and the principals who attend all the time. So let's dive in. This is Dr. Mirza territory, but I will nonetheless do my best. Numbers, lots of numbers, commas, no. The budget overview for parents will be combined with the LCAP in one document and posted on our website. But the budget, these are excerpts taken and distillations of the BOP, as it's affectionately called, to outline what the LCAP is and what sort of financial jurisdiction it has. The close to $19 million are our concentration and supplemental concentration funds, and they're designed to increase and improve services for our high-need students. So it's a portion of the overall budget, and so we don't outline everything that we spend money on towards these goals in the LCAP. For example, our Title I funds, Title II funds. We don't outline all of our title funds, but we do outline all of our supplemental concentration funds to make it as understandable to the public as possible, because that's one of the central features of the LCAP, is that it needs to be accessible by the public. So maybe we can pause here. Any questions on this? Son, anything else?
Yeah, I can just chime in. So 18.9 million is for this upcoming fiscal year for supplemental concentration grant funding. even though our percentages increased when we comparatively look at it from 23-24, we had about $19.4 million in supplemental concentration grant funding, but we also, it was accompanied with the COLA, right? It has a lot to do with, it's a combination. You have declining enrollment, you have a higher percentage this year comparatively to last year, but then our COLA went from 8.22% down to 1.07%. So that accounts for majority of the decrease.
Okay, next slide. A couple of new state requirements that I wanted to outline because, as you'll notice, probably the LCAP template looks a little bit different. First, probably most importantly, we have a standalone goal that we're required to have if a school or if a district receives equity multiplier funds. Equity multiplier funds are from the state, and they go towards specific schools with specific demographics and percentages of unduplicated students, and Pacific High School is our only eligible school, so that's why you see that LCAP goal number 5 added. That's a requirement, but nonetheless, we phrased it as a global goal in addition to a Pacific High School goal for graduation rate. We also need to explicitly address all schools, all student groups that are in the red on the starting year dashboard, and we need to maintain that for all 3 years. So we, in the very beginning of the LCAP, that's why we have listed all of our dashboard red areas, and that's not, that's new for the LCAP. We also need to have actions specifically called out for supporting LTELs, and Sarah and Dr. Molinar and the team and Claudia did a great job talking about the kind of work that we're getting at with LTELs and some of the testing mechanics that we're doing to try to elevate those LTEL multilingual learners to perform well on their LPAC so that they can be reclassified. We also need to account for any LREBG funds, and so you'll see those included in the table in I think it's other state funds, right? And those are the LREBG funds. They have to be included in the LCAP. Next slide. Okay, I think this is where, of course, please stop me at any points. I'm providing the highlights. The two biggest changes are that there are 2 goals. I mentioned one, and that's number 2, but I want to hover a little bit on number 1. We wanted to call out literacy. Normally traditionally it has been embedded within goal number 1, which is our overall academic achievement goal and the reduce student gaps goal. We wanted to elevate it as a standalone goal to demonstrate our unwavering commitment in this next LCAP cycle and presumably beyond to absolutely performing at a much higher level in early literacy. So these are the metrics that we're calling out specifically to measure our growth. These are not all of the metrics, but nonetheless, these are the most important ones. Our RFEP rates at the end of elementary, our MAP results at end of 3rd grade, CASP results at the end of 3rd grade, and we're using distance from standard, which is DFS. I should have spelled that out. I apologize. That's another metric of how far students are by points from that met or exceeded threshold on the CASP, and the MAP test 1st through 3rd. So we have some new actions associated, and I'll talk about those a little bit later, some new actions associated with this literacy goal, but again, the fact that we're elevating it to its own standalone goal, I think fits with the feedback we've received. It fits with the data that we are looking at and how we want to hold ourselves accountable and not have it be just a part of a global academic goal. So I want to thank Dr. Molinar and her team for all the incredible work that they're already doing with the literacy initiative, but I'll speak a little bit more about that later, but we're really pleased to do this. Goal 2 is our equity multiplier required goal for Pacific High School, but we are putting it in terms of our whole district. And I see these two as very connected. Students at the beginning of our system, that is center lane to what we need to be able to do for students and families, which is help them attain literacy. And then graduation, that's our capstone metric. So a beginning metric and an ending metric that we want to get absolutely correct. So graduation rates, all these are by not just the overall rate, but by student groups as well. So really pleased to elevate these out of a big goal, which is that first goal, that academic performance goal, and have it be something that we are with you, with our teams, holding ourselves accountable to. Next slide. So every goal has an associated set of metrics with it, and we track those metrics. We establish a baseline at the starting year, which is right now, and then we track our progress over the next 3 years. The vast majority of these metrics have been input, but as a draft, there's still a few metrics that we're waiting for that we want to establish the most recent baseline for, so we'll have those by mid-June prior to it being brought to you as a final draft at the end of the month. But we haven't had secondary DNF rates included. That's a key metric for us. We're including it in Goal 1, but we could equally include it in Goal 5 because there's that high school DNF rates in particular are so central to our credit deficiency rates and our overall graduation rates. We're calling out the prepared for college and career specifically, and A to G rates specifically. So a lot of, hopefully what you're seeing is that we are bringing these these metrics that are sort of in aggregate form under the college and career metric, we're elevating them to LCAP metrics so that we can be very honest and open. These are the metrics that we care about. This is what we're tracking. This is what we're going to report to you on. Our dual enrollment rates, something that I've reported on, but it's never been an LCAP metric in the past. That has a lot to do with our college and career indicator. It has a lot to do with matriculation, particularly for our middle range students that might not engage in post-secondary work. Also, our high school advanced placement and honors enrollment rates by student group. That's an ongoing initiative. That's never been a part of the LCAP before. And our newly created California State Seal of Civic Engagement as another metric to, we could put this in Goal 2 as a connection to school, safe learning environment, but we decided to leave it with the other civics, with the other seals, including the biliteracy seal, et cetera.
So with item D, the dual enrollment rates, will we also see D and F rates for students who are taking college courses? Because I understand that was kind of a hiccup this year.
That's not something that we intended on tracking, but if it's of interest to the board, we can certainly include it.
Well, there's a difference between being enrolled and successfully completing a course, right?
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying. So yes, dual enrollment rates are those where they earn the credit because they passed the class. Okay. Yes, not just enrollment. That's a great distinction. I appreciate the chance to make that distinction. So we do have students that initially enroll, but then they pull out, they withdraw. We occasionally have students that fail. But so when we say dual enrollment, we really are talking about credit earning and completing the class. Okay, number 2 here. Thank you. Goal 2, it remains the same. As you can see from our DEAC conversation, that's still an area that we, in every single community partner venue, we receive input that's still an important goal. But it's just been rephrased to specifically call out student mental health and to talk about the environment as it relates to the learning environment. We're including some metrics that we think are important, and we saw the athletic presentation tonight, and I'm thinking of Izzy's comments about the community that was created through high school sports. We know that it's not just sports, but the many artistic co-curricular communities that are created, so we want to track those rates. And I'll just be really honest with you right now, those aren't things that we're accustomed to tracking, and our current systems are not adept at tracking them easily or well. So I'm working with Thomas to try to get to a place where we can really hone in on those, because we think those are incredibly valuable. Whether if there's 30% of students enrolled in athletics and co-curricular arts versus 60%, that's a massively different school. So that's important for us to know. And one of our LCAP survey questions is how often do does staff ask you and invite you to be a part of athletics and sports and, athletics and arts, etc.? That's a question we ask them, and we want to see those numbers go up. We want to be very intentional about, come join this team, come join this program, be a part of our school, instead of crossing our fingers and hoping that they come through the door. We also have an interest in measuring suspension days. Now, the suspension rate is something that is on the dashboard, and that they tell 2 parts of the same story, which is suspensions, of course, but they're important and they're different parts. So suspension rate, if you recall on the dashboard, is the percentage of students with 1 or more days of suspension. So you can have a declining rate, but you can have an increasing number of days. We want to make sure that we are tracking both, because we want students out of school as little as possible. So it's another way of tracking our success with restorative justice practices, etc. So those are the new metrics for goal 1 and 2. I can continue on for the other goals, unless there are questions. Okay. This is goal 3 is, and you know what? I want to back up a little bit. I apologize. I should have said this. I think anyone who's maybe new to the LCAP might say, "Well, where do these goals come from?" We have to have goals that are aligned with state priorities, and we also have to have goals that are aligned to our data, our needs, and the feedback that we're receiving. So, while Dr. Molinar and the rest of the Ed Services directors and I work on crafting the language, it's really all of the points of community input and our data that produce the goals. And this is an area, and also, I should say, importantly also, if you remember that multicolored diagram that shows coherence between board goals, WASC goals, SIPSA goals, LCAP goals, there should be coherence and alignment. And this is about the culture that the board wants us to create, engaging families as partners, and I think that DEAC presentation is the gold standard of engaging our families as partners in education. So what we're doing with goal 3, the new metrics that we're elevating are specific questions from the LCAP survey, rather than just how many took the survey. We're knocking that out of the park. We're doing really well on rate of response, and that's not easy. That's our TOSA team going out and hitting up families as they're driving into school, and it's sitting with QR codes. It's sending QR codes attached to kids' backpacks. There's a lot involved. But we really want to know how well we're doing here. So again, we're holding ourselves accountable very explicitly by elevating these right in the LCAP. And you can see this is our baseline data from our most recent LCAP. Okay, next slide.
Actually, I have a question on this slide. Where it says, teachers keep me well informed about my child's progress. So the major question that I get is, do we require teachers to use any form of communication where they all use the same format? Because parents are always saying, well, when I look on this system, my child is doing this. I look on this system, and I really got to go in between to find out the grades, the progress they're doing, what assignments are supposed to be turned in. So are we going to, and that's pretty much our 3rd lowest score, right? Are we going to have any continuity on that, where a parent can say, I know if I go into Q Connect and I go here, this is accurate information? Or do we we leave it up to the teacher on what form they want to use?
That's a great question. It's as if you were in a meeting that we were recently in today. The answer to that question depends. So first of all, we had a conversation about athletics and how we're communicating about athletics. We have some work to do in that area, how our coaches are communicating. There's some progress that we can make with how teachers can communicate with their classes directly to students. So I know that's not answering your question, and it's not, but we also want to get there. We don't just want to improve that metric. We think that there's some key and important progress to be made with how teachers are communicating with students, how coaches are communicating with students, etc. So we have Parent Square, but let's take it at the elementary level. The academic progress reporting is at each trimester. We have improved the kinds of communication that happens. So every parent is getting a MAP testing report at the trimester parent-teacher conference or with the grade report. And that is a much more detailed analysis of how your students are doing relative to expected growth versus actual growth. But for elementary, there's no grade book, there's no, that's teacher communication, and that can vary, but it is all supposed to be through Parent Square. We'll say that. Okay. Yes, encouraged.
So I guess my question is, what does encourage mean? Does it mean that they're supposed to do it, that they can do it if they want to, or we want them to do it?
Yeah.
So for a few years now, we have discussed whether or not we only allow the use of Parent Square by teachers to communicate with parents. We never pulled that trigger because we were going through COVID and a lot of people were learning a lot of platforms, and the teachers really had to become stewards of education online, and it was not another program for them to learn. What we are going to do this year, and what we've already talked about, is increase the amount of training that our teachers can get. A number of them are on it, but not all of them. Not all of them have seen what the system can do, because we launched this a while back, and we do provide trainings, but it's never been mandatory. So now we're going to be providing a number of trainings throughout the year with the hope eventually that we will be moving to Parent Square only, but that has not been finalized at this point.
Yeah, and I'll just add everything that we're saying. I think what you're hearing is staff has a desire to be able to ensure that everyone that works for our district has the training, has the direction, has the opportunity and time to acclimate. And then that way, if and when, but it's getting closer, that we say these are the platforms that we endorse as a district, that we also have a parent piece to that too, because we want to make sure that the parents are also trained on these platforms. So that way, hopefully, as our children and our parents go through our system over multiple years, we're not being asked to have 10 or 20 different levels of expertise on different platforms. We can consolidate that on fewer and fewer platforms, which again enhances the ability for people to communicate it more effectively. So that's the direction we're heading. But what you heard Marianne say, which is also holding the mirror up at ourselves, which are what are some of the barriers to why staff don't? What are some of the things that we need to ensure that we have in place before you set an expectation? So we're holding ourselves to that standard right now.
And when it comes to the parent communication, we will be focusing a lot this year on our Spanish-speaking population and how to use Parent Square a little bit more effectively. I think we've done a very good job coming from a system that didn't even translate anything during COVID to having a system that translates in 100 different languages. But our Spanish population, I believe, is struggling a bit on how to use it. And so we will be doing a lot more outreach on that this year, now that we have the larger population knowing how to use it from our parents and families. And just to be clear, we do not have Student Square yet. We have not launched that platform. It is something that we are discussing, but that will take some time and resources to do. Resources meaning people hours. But that is something that we are also discussing, so that when a teacher sends a communication through Parent Square to parents, they can also send that to, say, a high school student. We would have to discuss whether or not we go below the high school level and launching a Student Square, say, in middle school.
And I could attest to, you know, as a teacher and a parent that receives Parent Square and uses Parent Square, as a teacher, the parent dictates how they want to be communicated to. It's not so much the teacher. And I think that's an interesting thing as a teacher. It's one parent wants to be emailed because they can't answer their phone or text during their working hours, or one has to be called because they can't read. So there's a lot of accommodations we have to provide to parents. And Parent Square doesn't provide all those accommodations. So that's something else we need to focus on, is how can we provide the accommodations to those parents who have learning disabilities as well, and that we have to have alternate modes of communicating with them.
I also want to, Trustee Peterson, I also want to speak really specifically to the secondary issue. We have Canvas and we have Q. And that's where we get this concern, understandably. We have many of our secondary teachers using Canvas as a learning management system. Kids are taking tests in Q. Grades can be housed in Q. They can be you can set up Canvas, in Canvas. Those grades from those tests in Canvas can be automatically pushed to Q, but that doesn't always happen. Not every teacher sets it up. So now, for some parents, a lot of the grades, moment to moment, week to week, are living in Canvas, but then they only get transferred over to Q at the marking periods, at the grading periods, at quarters. So for a parent who's not in Canvas, they can't see progress, they can't see the status, they can only see the progress report or the quarter grade, which is a challenge. So we need to work with our teachers and our associations on trying to help clarify what benefits parents, ultimately for what benefits students, so we can decrease our DNF rate.
And I know we're making great strides in IT and communication, but as far as, I think that's the wave of the future to kind of make us stand out, because like even doctor's office now, they're straight to text, because everything is on a device now, so that parents can be mobile and click one platform and find all the information that they need. So, for my 20%, I think we really need to focus in going in that direction, because if there's one thing that parents talk to me about the most, is being updated even before the progress reports comes out. It's like, well, why did they fail at the progress report? I didn't even know what was happening before. And if there's something that they can get engaged with, one platform, and we require the teachers to do it, I think that's going to be a huge development engagement between parents and teachers and student and teachers, where they can all go to one place and easily access everything.
I just want to echo what Marianne said about the opportunities for us with the Student Connect. I know in the past we've talked about cell phones in classrooms, and we need to leverage student cell phones for good, and while we minimize their evil in the classroom. The instructional, educational value of a student getting a text from a teacher at the same time a parent is getting a text with the exact same information about something that's due or something that needs to be turned in the next day. That in secondary land, that is gold, and because it reduces the asymmetry of information between teenagers and parents. And now we're really partnering with families to help increase DNF rates. So we had a long conversation about that today, and I'm looking forward to the possibilities there. Okay, moving on here. Let's go to the next slide, Marianne. Thank you. Okay, so remember we have actions underneath each goal, and we have metrics for each action. Here are some new actions that you'll see in each goal. And Trustee Rodriguez, I want to make sure I answer your question that you posed earlier about how are we getting at those academic supports for EL students, and I hope that you'll see that here. So for our first goal, increasing academic performance overall and decreasing student gaps, that goal remains. That is absolutely central, and it's borne out in our data. We're making some progress in some areas, but we have much work to do. Professional development and supports for co-teaching and inclusion. We are calling out co-teaching between general education and special education and inclusive practices in our goals. So we have set aside money to support that work, because that, as you can imagine, or as you might already know, co-teaching doesn't just happen magically. There are systems and processes to making it as successful as possible. There's planning time that needs to take place. There are protocols for communication. There are protocols for logistics, etc. So, B, staffing supports for EL duly identified students and LTELs. That's something that Sarah and the team talked about today, and I just, again, want to congratulate them. They really are becoming the go-to experts in the county for this work, and thank their partnership in Ed Services with Neil's department as well. And that third thing, this is a return to something that was started as a major initiative in this district prior to COVID. And it's, I think it was said in the DEAC conversation about, it's about lesson planning. That's how we're going to make progress by, in our inclusive practices. That's how we're going to make progress with our language objectives for multilingual learners. We have to lesson plan differently. And UDL is the mechanism for lesson planning differently. And so we are setting aside money for teacher collaboration. You heard the number of grade level meetings that are happening at the elementary level, and we want to expand this with an emphasis on, all right, you are here today to redesign your literacy lessons, this math lesson focused on UDL. How do you include students with special needs? How do we include multilingual learners? How do we do what we are supposed to do per the framework, per our standards, but in the most effective research-based way through UDL. With goal 2, we are looking into some more prevention mechanisms, and specifically, and I wrote here, in lieu of suspension programs. So there was a tradition in this district many, many years ago, actually predates me, where there was an in lieu of suspension program where the student would not be suspended, but they would be put in a program for a day and removed in order for there to be some healing involved and some space, some time for reflection. And particularly in the middle school, that's where we're struggling most with our suspension rate overall, but also our suspension rate by student group specifically. So we're looking at designing an in-house in lieu of suspension program. Goal 3, we are, for anyone who's been to a DEAC meeting, you know how Rogelio is, how he really is a community hinge point for them. And he's a district translator, but he also plays this role, and sometimes it's hard to play both roles. So we really want to create a district Spanish-speaking family liaison to help us continue and expand the kinds of work that you saw tonight with DEAC, so that we increase our partnership with families that in the past we've struggled to partner with. With goal 4, we're really emphasizing a reading specialist initiative. I want to extend a thank you to Gina and HR for that work, trying to find ways to motivate, incentivize, and support teachers to go get a very technical certification to be a reading specialist. And also funds for substitutes for common elementary time for literacy planning. So hopefully you can see that we're really excuse me, I neglected goal 5. We are trying to get an infant care program as well. We have an increasing number of teen student parents that we want to be able to support. Full disclosure, this is not an easy task. There are lots of licensing and requirements, and even more so than were in place maybe 5 years ago when we had this program. So it's going to take some time. There's going to be facilities needs. There'll be some certainly some financial commitments to redesigning some rooms. You have to have noise-proof rooms. You have to have washer, dryer. There are some things that you have to have above and beyond. You have to have certain kinds of play structures, et cetera, but we want to get there because we think this is going to be an ongoing need to support specifically our Pacific High School students. Okay.
I got a quick comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love seeing professional development for co-teaching. Like you said, it's not going to work for everybody. You know, when it's done right, you got 2 awesome teachers that are providing support to students and uplifting the entire class. When it's done wrong, you got 1 teacher and 1 really expensive paraeducator. Yeah. And there's not a really good dynamic. So professional development is really key. And UDL is not only just for this for students who have learning disabilities or students who are language, ELD students. It really. I employ a lot of its basic skills in my teaching, and it really uplifts a lot of the typical students from what I noticed. And for instance, is just engaging different learning modalities. So I think it's a wonderful thing that you're incorporating those two things in the LCAP.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that feedback, and I want to just comment on the first part of your comment about the challenge. It can either work or not. Similar to the conversation we had with DEAC about the RFEP celebrations. We are moving from, do you want to, we encourage you, we can help you if you choose to this is the job, this is what we're doing. And so, of course, in partnership with HR, with our associations, we are shifting towards, we're master scheduling this in. Yes, we are trying to find the right partnerships and the right chemistry, but we are moving away from, would you like to try this? Would you like to pilot this? To a little bit more, this is what VUSD is about, and this is the job. So.
Yeah, and I think the Oxnard High School District has those. You're either doing this or that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Next slide, Marianne. Okay, as a requirement, we also need to report on the local indicators, and these local indicators are reported on the dashboard, and how we determine our status on these local indicators is through our data, it's through community input, and also we do an Ed Services Director's reflection on that data, and we complete the reflection instrument. And so you can see in each of these state priority local indicators, basic services and condition, that's one of the only ones that's a hard metric. So we have 96% fully credentialed teachers. State priority 2, implementation of state standards. We are at full implementation, trending towards full and sustainable. There's still, that's difficult to say we're at the very highest level because we do have some inconsistencies. We do have new frameworks that we don't have current curriculum for, so we're operating based on the old framework. So it's hard to say it's definitive and across the board. But nonetheless, we feel confident there. The parent and family engagement, again, full implementation, but I think there's absolutely room for us to go from engagement to partnership, and that's the way we phrased it in this upcoming LCAP. The school climate, local indicator is really just, are you doing it? And I think we definitely are, and again, I'm just extremely pleased with the rates of feedback that we've been receiving on the LCAP survey. We're getting great data. We're using the same survey. We're going to be able to chart our progress. And so thanks to the many people that make that work, because it's not just simply you email it out and you get responses. You have to do some footwork. And then lastly, I think this is an area of real strength for us, access to a broad course of study. Over the last handful of years, I can say that we have really expanded opportunities for students. And we still have a ways to go, but when we're talking about introducing 4-credit options to free up students' schedules during the year, so students could take summer courses. When we're talking about dual enrollment, we're talking about emphasizing our outreach, nominating students to take AP and honors, eliminating prerequisites, expanding our arts access, so that, again, take required for graduation class in the summer so that you have the ability to be in both AVID and music, to be in both world language and theater. We're adding that middle school math acceleration pilot at Data and at Cabrillo next year, working with the board, authorizing the change grad requirements to allow that flexibility. So I just think that the work that this district has done under your direction in the area of access to a broad course of study is at the highest level it can be, and we're going to lean into that and continually increase it. So I just want to applaud the hard work of everyone who has supported that. Okay, next slide. This, as mentioned in an earlier slide, the Learning Recovery and Emergency Block Grant, this was recent legislation that came out that said that we have to account for unexpended funds in the LCAP and that it needs to be based on a needs assessment. Well, our needs assessment is our data work. If you've been to an LCAP meeting, all of you invited, but Alicia can attest to the fact that we really try hard not to curate the experience or do the hard data analysis beforehand and then come with conclusions. We provide the data and we dive in and we find out what everyone thinks, and it's their input and comments and interpretations of that data that's a part of that needs assessment. And you could see it from DEAC. Student campus safety is paramount. That comes up repeatedly. Student counseling and mental health, that comes up repeatedly. That's why we called mental health out in the goal itself, in the language. Supports for English and multilingual learners. That's again the UDL work, the partnership with Cal Lutheran, and the trainings that we're doing as part of the literacy initiative, the reading specialist credentials, the set aside time for co-planning for teachers to revise their lessons. Social workers comes up increasingly as an area of that parents are very supportive of, and again, early intervention in elementary, specifically around literacy. So we think our LCAP is absolutely in line with district goals. It's in line with our overall needs assessment that produced the goals. It's in line with our SIPSA plans. We hope that we're getting to a very coherent place where it's top to bottom alignment. Next slide.
Can I make a comment, Greg, on that LRBEG? I know it's in the LCAP because that is a requirement, a new requirement, but I just don't want to forget that is still one-time funding, and that does have an expiration date.
Okay. Happy to answer any questions you have, but I just want to give a special thanks to Elissa Varela and Margaret Parsadanian, who do all the logistics for LCAP, and they do so much work with parents and communicating with them, sending them what they need in advance, working with them on dietary restrictions for our LCAP feast, et cetera. And again, to all of the people that support the LCAP, I'm very proud of it because I think it truly reflects the input from so many key educational partners. So thank you, board. Ready for your ongoing input and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, so I had a couple of questions. On the goals, you only have a 3-year goal and not intermittent goals. Is that is there a reason for that?
If I understand the question correctly, so we have the goals
On the actual LCAP. You have you have a 3-year goal for each of the metrics. But you don't have a year 1, year 2 goal. It's just a year 3 goal.
Yeah, that's the way that the LCAP, I think, has always been. You could probably speak to that better than I could, Dr. Castro.
I'll just answer it real quickly. Yes, because we report on an annual basis the metrics, we are required to report them annually. And the idea behind it is when you're setting your targets based on the baseline, the state has asked us to be mindful of where do we think we should be 3 years from now. And that's in going back to what Dr. Bayless shared about that's why the baselines are so critical. So it's yes, we're required to write them for 3 years, but we're also required to report on them annually.
And then the other question I had is, I just did quick math because I don't know why this didn't occur to me before. But if we look at the 5 goals for academic achievement, you're based on your list of actions, you have about a $13 million spend. For goal 2, positive learning environment, $9.5 million. Goal 3, family partnership, $340,000. Goal 4, early literacy, $2.1 million. And then for grad rates, roughly $250,000. So by my quick math, and Nassan, tell me if I'm wrong, it comes out to about $25 million. So, but the budget for this is about 18. I already forgot the number, 18.9 or 18.5 or whatever.
18.9 is just your supplemental concentration grant funding. There's also other state funds like the LRBEG and other federal funds that are added on to this. It's not just supplemental concentration grant funding.
Okay, so then my question was, yes, about those other supplemental funds, because I'm assuming some of those are the Learning Block Recovery Grant, which is one-time dollars. And then with these action items, are these things fully funded by the LCAP, or are they also partially funded by the non-LCAP general fund dollars? So I'll pull out some examples, and this is the reason it occurred to me. When we were looking at access to counseling, $5.6 million, it's budgeted for that action. So what portion of our access to counseling does this address? And because I'm looking at it from a sustainability standpoint, right? Like this is obviously something that we think is important. It's listed first on our list of actions. It's a big ticket item. Is it something that we envision being able to fund at the rate that we're funding it over the course of 3 years? Or is it gonna be our first priority, but then not be sustainable after these one-time dollars are expended?
I'll probably have to invite you to lead, and then let me see if I can support it.
So currently, if you're looking for goal 2.1, access to elementary counseling, you have $1.6 million from LCFF funds, and about the remaining of it, 3.9 million or so, that is from your other state funds, specifically from LRBEG and other resources. So if you're talking about sustainability, elementary counseling right now, currently the bulk of it is funded through LRBEG, and that would last, we would get into that in the budget, but it would last about this year, or this upcoming year and the following year.
And I apologize, because obviously I didn't ask you this question in advance, and I don't expect you to know all these answers off the fly, but a concern I have is if we're making a 3-year plan, right, and we're prioritizing these things and saying how important it is based on the data you've presented, I have concerns about the stability of those programs as we move forward if we aren't budgeting them sustainably. I'm not expecting you to have the answer.
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, there isn't an answer, and I also know we're going to get into this in much more earnest in the budget presentation. But I do want to take the opportunity to talk about the purpose of the LCAP and what it is and what it can be. Right. So one of the first things is that it is a priority of the community. It's a priority of the board to continue to provide mental health and counseling services, and that needs to reside somewhere. And so right now, the best place for that to reside is a message to our entire community is in the LCAP. So that's the first framing. The next framing is this idea of sustainability. That is going to be an ongoing question, because when we look at counseling services, we're looking at a kind of a discrete portion of counseling services, but we have many types of counseling services. So that's a broader question, which is what are the things that we are committed to from a sustainability perspective, and then the next layer of that is, okay, what are we contractually obligated to provide? And so then that's that next layer of analysis. Is it in the contract? Must we provide it per our current agreements? That's that first level. And then the last part is, as we enter an era of declining revenue, and hopefully the community sees that we continue to try and find every funding source available to maintain that high level of service. But on the horizon, from a variety of factors, so we be able to sustain that high level of service, then that's where we would bring the board together for a budget study session and do what we've done in the past, which is get your input and direction in terms of, okay, here are all of our priorities and here are the resources. Here are staff recommendations, but what is your recommendation for us given that resource that we have? So starting at the top, one of the most important parts of the LCAP is to demonstrate what our priorities are, what are the current resources. The last thing I'll say is that Greg he had to provide the annual update. Part of that annual update talks about how resources were utilized, what revenue sources were utilized, and we have to provide a justification in terms of any deviation of what was initially intended versus what actually happened. So that's the final piece, which is just because it is a priority doesn't mean that in real time that it plays out that way in a school year. And whenever there is a deviation in terms of how we spend those resources, we do have to speak to it, and it has to be addressed in the LCAP. So I know that wasn't the exact question you asked, but it's part of a bigger, it's the vision, it's the implementation, and then it's the accountability for all of those things.
Any other questions?
Mine was more just a comment. I was surprised to see, like, in goal number 3 with it, family engagement, I feel like the school district encourages are so low, and I feel like they should be more related. I mean, we are, and I was just, I don't even really have a question. It's just more of a statement as to, I guess, why there would be such a big difference, because I feel like those two are very closely related.
Sorry, and Marianne just pulled it up. Which ones are you referring to here?
The last two, the school district encourages parental involvement, but not valuing participation. It was just, I was just surprised by those. That was it.
You know what? I actually shared your surprise, and I put them there to note that there is a difference. And we could have easily disguised it and come up with an average, or just use the school one. But we do want to do both, because I think that there are ways for families to be very involved. In some ways, I'm thinking of some of our DEAC parents. We have a very robust district ELAC, but some of our sites struggle with their ELAC. So I think it's not always going to be the district is less accessible. For some families, it's going to be more accessible. So that's just something that I think I wanted to include to help us continue to get at a more sophisticated understanding of partnerships with families. But I appreciate you calling that out, because that's something that I noticed as well, and that's why I included it.
And once again, I think the technology part could help us with that as well. Because, like I said, everyone's going digital, even in communication and responses from people that, and I know we're making great strides in IT and how we communicate, but those numbers, excluding number 2, would dramatically go up if we focus on one item, one form of communication back and forth, instead of all of these multiple ways we communicate, and just focus on one central way that we share with everyone, and I think those numbers will skyrocket.
I just want to share a quick thought experiment I did when I was thinking about that. If that were at 80%, I wonder what our DNF rate would be. Those two things I think are so linked that you're right. If we can find a way to really partner with parents in communication, early communication, clear communication that, again, takes away that asymmetry between students and their parents, I think there's so much opportunity there for us to significantly decrease DNF rates and affect our grad rates.
And one other comment, I know I'm jumping, James, but and this will actually increase also if it's part of the onboarding process for new teachers. So I don't know how the onboarding process is with teachers, but if we start when we bring in new teachers and we say this is what you do, and we start there, because the hardest part is to get our more veteran teachers to go back and say just use this one. But the one thing that we can do to go forward is to start on the onboarding process to say, this is how we communicate, this is the system that we're going to start using, so this is the system that we want you to use. And if that's all they know, then going forward, we just have to kind of bring everyone else back to it. But we need to have a starting point of, going the way that whichever we decide to use, but the onboarding process should be included in it.
And I just want to make the suggestion again, is if we were going to a one system fits all, it's not going to fit all. There's going to be several parents left out who can't read, who are dyslexic, who have challenges just like their student does. So we need to provide supports for those parents.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been shared, and I held off commenting on this earlier. It's part of the reason that it's important that we hold ourselves accountable to making sure that all of the people who are responsible for communicating have the support that's necessary. Because one of the things that it's really common, in fact, it's like, if you think about just some of the software that we use, if you think about how much is actually possible with just the general software that we use every day, and it's only like your top trained individuals that know how to use most of those features. Sometimes we could even have features embedded in our current offerings, but either we haven't upped our capacity, we haven't trained the trainers to do that, and then therefore down the system we don't have people who are even aware of that, the level of sophistication that some of our tools have. So that's your points are right on, and that's why it's not something that we can put out immediately is our intention, but what we need to do is to ensure that we are holding ourselves to the same standard. So when we do say this is the standard, we are at the standard to be able to implement, because that is a challenge as always.
So as Calvin would say, with my 20%, after whatever our LCAP ends up looking like at the end of this, I would really love to see us create, a 1 or 2 page summary for families that was in pretty simple language around what our goals are and what our action steps are, so that people understand what we're committing to, but also so that they know kind of what to look for, right? And those services that we're adding, that they should be, if they're appropriate for their kids, that they should be seeking out. Because I do think that's something that would be relatively easy to do in multiple languages, and that parents could then understand, hey, these are the values that the district has, and this is the direction that we're moving, right?
Any other questions or comments? This item will be coming back to us at the end of the month for our approval, so now's the time to get any questions answered. Hearing none, we'll move on to presentation on the budget. Dr. Mercer.
All right, let's just get right into it. The agenda for today, we'll be going over the reporting requirements, the reserves, then talk a little bit about statewide enrollment, our ADA trends, jump into the revenues and expenditures, give the board a look at the ending fund balance, and then we'll discuss several different MYPs and review the health of the other funds that we have at the district. So next slide, and next slide. All right, so per ed code, this is what we're doing right now. Today we're having the public hearing. We had the LCAP preceding the budget hearing, and that's pretty much the requirement. And then June 25th, the board will approve the LCAP and then hopefully the budget. Next slide. So the district for this upcoming year, fiscal year 24-25, we're still able to maintain our 6% reserves in this upcoming year and the next 2 fiscal years. I'm going to preface this by saying all of this is built off of several different assumptions that we'll get into once we look at the MYP. But the current assumptions that we're utilizing right now to build this budget for the upcoming 24-25 fiscal year, we're still able to maintain our reserves, 25-26 and 26-27. So statewide enrollment, as we attended the May revised budget, this is not any new information. I mean, the enrollment statewide since COVID has been declining. But so this is not just our district experiencing this. This is all of our neighboring districts. However, VUSD is still experiencing declining enrollment from 2021 to 24-25. Looks like 15,357 was our enrollment, down to projected at 14,662. That's about 695 student loss. If we just look at it without adding COLA or any other factors, you get an average about $12,000 per student. 695 times 12,000, that's about $8.3 million decrease from 21-22 all the way to 24-25. Our funded ADA is what we should be really focused on, because that is how our school district is funded. Our ADA has been on a trajectory decline. When everyone talks about the ADA cliff, what they mean is the government has allowed us to use a 3-year rolling average, the current year, previous year, or the 3-year rolling average, whichever is higher. But however, as the years are getting further and further, those higher number of enrollment or ADA years are also disappearing because they're moving away from that average. They're not being accounted for. So as you can see, our funded ADA from 23-24 is at 14,734, and we're dropping to 14,078. And so immediately accompanied with that, along with the decrease in COLA from 8.22% down to 1.07%, we're going from $185 million for our LCFF entitlement from 23-24 down to $180 million. That's not good. So it's a $5 million decrease in just our LCFF alone. And so for 24-25, our budget has been updated to align with the governor's May revision proposal. LCFF has been updated to match the COLA that was projected at 1.07. Causing a decrease in about $5.9 million. Our federal revenue, the difference between 23-24 and 24-25 is there's a lot of one-time funding that is expiring in 23-24. That's $14.5 million is all of the ESSER funds that the district will no longer have. And so we're decreasing the revenues. Just those funds will be fully spent by the end of this fiscal year. You're going to see that theme across this presentation tonight, because there's a lot of one-time funding that the district had in 23-24 that's really coming to an end, so we'll have to align the expenses and the revenues going forward. So the state revenue, the removal of arts, music, AMIM discretionary funds in the adopted budget, because we will be fully utilizing that to pay off the PARS payment in this current fiscal year. So we're removing the revenue budget along with the potential expense budget for the out year. Our local earnings, it's just an anomaly. In 23-24, we received a prior year interest earnings from the county. So we assessed that and we realized we're most likely not going to get that again. And so we just removed that revenue, not expecting that prior year interest earning. So that adjusted that local revenue down. And so CPI was not applied to all of the expenses. STRS and PERS, however, were updated to match whatever the Cal STRS and Cal PERS projection rate is. As you can see, Cal PERS employer rate is going up considerably. It's 26.68, 27.05. It's on an upward trajectory. The third year out is projected to be at 28%.
Can I ask a quick question about, is ADA captured twice a day or only once a day for attendance?
Average daily attendance is captured when the teacher takes the positive enrollment. It's really once a day. But they have a chance to go and revise their attendance. What happens is the office managers send us monthly attendance reports, and we give them a certain period of time to make corrections based on, like, if they have Saturday school or any adjustments they need to make, like people have sick excuses. And so we give them a certain window of time before we lock that month, saying that no adjustments are made, because we have certain reporting windows that we need to report our attendance to the state. So we have like P1 reporting, P2 reporting, and then a P annual reporting. So we kind of, at least the business office and the fiscal services, look at those due dates for those principal reporting periods, and on a monthly basis monitor the attendance reports that are coming up to ensure that all the sites are actually taking attendance and submitting them. But before the due date, we email them and let them know that, hey, all final adjustments must be made. If there's anything missing, if there's any paperwork on the desk that hasn't been completely submitted, please enter that into our attendance enrollment system, because after a certain date, it's locked out, and that's what we report to the state.
Because, well, I had an interesting question asked by a parent, because they have 4 kids in our district. They schedule doctor's appointments, and they were asking, what is it best for me to do, right? Because we know ADA is our revenue. And they were asking, if I have to schedule something, should I schedule my child after morning session, before morning session? Because I want to make sure, and they're out of school, I want to make sure that it's something that they're captured. So should they go to school in the morning and I have a doctor's appointment at 3 o'clock and they're considered there? Should I do it in the morning and they take it in the evening and they're considered there? So I had no clue how to answer that question, but I was just thinking, that's kind of a huge question, because if we have even 5%, we know at certain ages you have to have mandatory doctor's appointments, and if that depends if we get revenue or not, if we share that information, could that be some help of saying this is when we take attendance or not? So I couldn't answer it.
I would recommend whatever's best for the family. Yeah. Anyhow, so that's a tricky question.
Taken in the morning.
Yeah, generally it should be taken in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think why Hassan is answering politically in a very politically astute manner. The answer to the question would be they need to do what's best for the family and get their child's needs met. The follow-up to that would be we want them in school. So if it's for an hour or if it's for 3 hours, whether that's in the morning or the afternoon, we want them in school, please bring them. And then much less after that, then it's a reconciliation in terms of if they were initially marked absent, then we have to make sure that we're doing all the things in our system to ensure that they were marked present during that
maybe
time.
I'll ask you like this. Do we have a policy that every school takes attendance a certain way?
I can't say that for sure. I know our expectation is that they should be taking attendance a certain way, but in our...
Well, we really can't have an expectation if we don't have, we can't have an expectation if we don't have a policy that we follow. So, I mean, this is probably a different conversation for another day.
No, it's a good conversation, but real quickly, I think there's a distinction between elementary test taking or attendance taking and secondary attendance taking. So, Greg, if you can talk about some of the things that you were putting out about instructional minutes, numbers of periods, those kinds of things, because I think that weighs here.
Yeah, so attendance is always requested at the beginning of class for every period. It can be adjusted. A student was there, then left, or it can be adjusted after the fact, even though I accidentally marked this kid present and it turned out he wasn't, but it's always at the beginning of class. There is a certain number of periods that a student has to be scheduled for to generate one full ADA. And that's something that I'm working with Hassan and Dr. Castro on, because it depends on whether or not you're at an early or middle college. So El Camino has a different number of minutes that generate a full ADA versus 3/4 ADA compared to Foothill and Buena and Ventura. So we're working out a policy statement about, in terms of student schedules, the minimum number of periods that a student has to be enrolled in. I know it's not an exact answer to your question, but it's related, and it's something that we're working on right now. But in terms of attendance taking, secondary, right at the beginning of the period. We do have some room to grow in the athletics area. We don't have great systems and protocols for taking attendance in athletics periods, especially with our walk-on and off-campus coaches. So that's an area we need to improve.
Well, I'll share this one quick thing that I learned very early in my career. If you don't have an exact policy procedure about the way that you make money, you can't be successful. And how I translate that to education is attendance. If everyone, from the teachers, paraeducators to everyone, doesn't understand the process of how we generate revenue as a company, as a school, you're not maximizing it at all, right? So I'll just share that if I can't go into, let's say a high school and ask the teacher, how does attendance generate ADA? That's how we, get our funds. And if they can't answer it, that's one indicator that you're not maximizing the way that you generate revenue. But this can be a different day for a conversation because it's a long conversation. But I think it's very important that we, in the future, start talking about that, because everything we do, it all comes back to ADA, no matter what it is, right? And if we understand that, everyone understands that, we can make leaps and bounds just by getting the information out there.
So I'll just add that as a parent of an elementary school kid, once they take attendance for the day for elementary, it's done. So if the question was from an elementary school parent, like, is there an advantage? Then, like, if they take attendance at 8:45 and the kid has a doctor's appointment at 10, we get ADA for that day, right? Is it more complicated than that? That's how it was always explained to me by principals.
But don't they have to be in school a minimum number of periods for us to collect ADA? I mean, number of minutes at the elementary level?
Several, yes.
Yeah, so it's not just that if they're there, they get counted and we get ADA.
Do they
for
go
them.
back and change it?
I don't know.
So I think that's where I was going earlier with the practices that we have, and I think Greg spoke to this. There's some areas where we can refine in that the reconciliation of that attendance data is where the gold is. And so that's Asan, that's an area of focus. And I'll just kind of to tie this up, the conversation, we've engaged our PAC on this issue, because part of that is exactly what you talked about, like communicating to parents when they're deciding from a pros and cons, do I or don't I. One of the things they've asked us to provide are what are some justifications for why we should prioritize certain decisions that we make during two things: certain decisions that we make for the benefit of our family when we're weighing whether we come to school or not. That's one thing they've asked for. The other thing they've asked for, what are the broader implications for families when they make those decisions? So Trustee Peterson, you're right on, and our parents have cued in on that as well.
And we have attendance techs at all our sites. So I get a call at 3:20, right when I get off of work. Mr. Forsythe, you missed period 3. So they're pretty on it, and they're kind of the teacher's accountability right there is their attendance techs.
Okay, so our general fund expenditures for 24-25 at compared to 23-24 at second interim, I last presented to the board, and at that time we had placeholders for specific raises. We didn't have the exact amounts, but at this point, at estimated actuals, everything's been dialed in. All of those expenses have hit our actuals, and actually the budgeted increase has been rolled over into our financial system and been projected out for the out years. So all of the placeholders we had in the budget, we replaced with, now we have actuals. So that's what's causing the decrease in our certificated salaries from this year going to next year, along with our classified salaries. However, that $2.8 million increase is really, we're at this point with HR, they're still hiring and putting people in their places. So at the certain point in time where the budget is where it is, there's a certain cutoff period. So whatever vacancies that they have, we roll them into the budget, and hopefully by August, everyone is filled. There's a lot of para positions, there's a lot of campus supervisor positions that are just typically hard to fill. So hopefully towards that start of the school year, everyone will be hired or not hired, but everyone that needs to be hired should be hired. And if they're not, we'll have the true vacancies that will be reflected in our first interim budget. So at this point in time, we rolled over the vacancies that we believe that we're actively recruiting for, and we'll see if they get filled. And if they don't, then we'll adjust the budget accordingly. Our Decreases in supplies and services, once again, follow suit with the revenue that decreased for our arts, music, and instruction, and our ESSER dollars that revenues were removed. So we removed down the budgeted expenditures for those for 24-25 because there is no money to budget for. So we decreased those expenditure accounts. Capital outlay, on the other hand, is increased specifically for expanded learning capital projects. We have another $7.5 million coming in for expanded learning next year, along with potentially $2-3 million carryover. So we'll need to sit down with Dr. Dawes and come up with a capital expenditure plan for the expanded learning. So next slide, please. Our unrestricted budget we had a beginning balance of $22.2 million. Our income for this upcoming fiscal year is $189 million. Our expenses are about $148, along with our contributions expected to be at $35 million. So once again, what makes up that contribution amount is about $7.5 million for our maintenance, our facilities. We have to contribute at least 3% of our total expenditures, and there's no special funding for maintenance, so that makes up about $7.5 million. The remaining $28 million is, unfortunately, at this point, we all know special education is severely underfunded. We only receive about $15 million of revenue, and so the rest of it is contributed from the general fund. And so even with all of that said, we still have increase in fund balance, about $5.4 million. So our ending fund balance goes from $22 million, you add the $5.4 million, it comes to about $27.6 million, and then we've broken it out into all of those several different assignments. We have 6% for our reserve, $365 for our stores and inventory, instructional materials, projected ADA savings for health and welfare still earmarked, reserve for declining ADA. And so we leave an undesignated balance of $0. Moving forward, our restricted fund has an ending fund balance of $15.9 million, and that is how those funds are broken out. We have Learning Recovery Grant, which is our LRBEG funds. At the end of 24-25, we'll have a remaining balance of $6.1 million in there. We have our expanded learning block grant, which has $2.1 million of carryover. Restricted lottery, about $709,000. Educator effectiveness funds at the end of 24-25 will be at $701,000. Educator effectiveness funds are specifically for PD, and so the district received about a total of $3 million. So the professional development days this fiscal year, we utilized some of those fundings that were allowable, and we feel that we could continue using it for next year. Prop 28, you have, that's 2 allocations of Prop 28 that make up $4.6 million. 2 years worth of monies, meaning the funding that we received this year that we didn't spend, along with next year's funding. And then the rest is just different grants, donations, and site funds. So now going to the MYP, it's critical we talk about the assumptions here, because this first scenario you'll see, which is the scenario that we've been discussing with the board all along, is that once ESSER funds run out, the positions that are in there that are allowable, that match with our needs assessment with the LCAP, we will be moving over to the LRBEG funds because we no longer have those ESSER $3 available. So we moved about $8.5 million of positions over, leaving approximately $7.1 million balance. These funds will need to be fully spent by fiscal year 25-26. Oh, sorry, they will be fully spent at this rate, at 25-26. Yeah, we have fully until 27-28 to spend them, but the way it's looking will be fully spent by 25-26. Parcel tax revenue at this point has been removed for the out years. We'll receive it for 24-25, but then the out years, it has been removed until we figure out what happens in the November election. And then energy savings, it's important to note that the project for solar is supposed to be completed by 25-26, and if you recall, we're supposed to see about almost $2.5 to $3 million in utilities reduction, not including the what is it, the Inflation Reduction Act rebate, just those utility savings alone, and so that's not included in the third year at this point, because the project is, I mean, it will be complete, but I don't want to count on it until it is. And so with those assumptions, so right now the main assumption here is the $8.5 million expenses in LRBEG, and then you have it for another fiscal year, 26-27, but then after that, those expenses go away and they don't come back into the general fund. That's what this MYP is projecting. And so with that, your third year out, you're only deficit at about 596,000. You're still able to, the district's still able to certify positive and maintain a 6% reserve.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mirza. So just to summarize real quickly, as he stated, that there are key assumptions with this outcome. This outcome in the third year out, our multi-year projection, looking at 26-27, there's a small deficit, but it's obviously a manageable deficit. But what we didn't want to do was to make it seem like everything is great, because this manageable deficit assumes that all of the positions that are currently in LREBG are no longer exist in the district, which is a very large assumption. But that's how it's set up, because that's a one-time dollar. We've moved in one-time expenses, and the assumption is none of those positions exist 3 years from now. Huge assumption. So, but that's what this represents.
And so that is obviously making our picture look a lot rosier, and so we'll need to have a greater discussion at a potentially different time as far as looking at our entire budget and talking about position control and looking at all of our positions.
And given that this is really a budget tied to the LCAP and budget, there are a lot of unknowns. We don't know. The two unknowns, Hassan has demonstrated energy savings and parcel tax, big unknowns. That's $4 million right there. We also don't know what's going to happen with deferrals from the state. There are other things that are at play, so this is why as a staff, we don't have recommendations for you. We're just stating what the assumptions are in the budget, so that way for the future, you know, like, oh, okay, I remember having this conversation, how we came to these conclusions, but currently, this is why we don't have recommendations for you, because there are too many unknowns at this time.
And our deadline is before the state governor's budget deadline is due, so really, that's why I keep saying to the board that our first interim is our true actual budget, because at that point, the dust is settled. We know the vacancies, we know who's where, we know the government's position on what the out-year COLAs are, and we'll have a better idea so that we will be, that is the purpose of the interim, so we could get to revise the budget throughout the year. So scenario 2, next slide, please. It's just for scenario 2 and 3. No, you should have, Scenario 2 and 3 are just discussions with the board, just hypotheticals. So I know no decision has been made. So we're submitting our budget with scenario 1 with, as we have been discussing with the board, that all the one-time positions and expenses would go away because we haven't had this larger discussion at this point. So scenario 2 would look like what would it look like if $5 million of positions funded from LRBEG come back to the unrestricted fund, still not including energy savings, still not including parcel tax, because those are still out there. But if we were to bring at least $5 million back into the general fund, next slide, please. The district would be at $10.5 million in the deficit in the third year out. You are still maintaining a 6% reserve, but in the fourth year, 27-28, with the current assumptions as it is, meaning the COLAs that we know as of today, and our enrollment projections as of today, we won't be able to maintain a 6% in the fourth year out. We would be dropping to about 4%. Yes, Maria. Oh, that's scenario 2. Yeah.
So I had a question because the difference between scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3s, and I'm specifically looking at restricted resources and assignments. So for scenario 1, restricted resources, it's basically 15 million kind of across, and assignments, again, kind of relatively stable, right? But then if you look at scenario 2, restricted resources, there's a significant decline in what's available in restricted resources, but also a very significant decrease in assignments. And then if you go to scenario 3, restricted resources is stable again. So what's the difference in the assumptions that's causing that?
So the assignments the restricted resources are balancing resources. So what we're looking at is monies that if they're projected to decrease, then we're going to lower them. And if they're one-time funds that are going to go away, we're going to decrease them. I don't have the specific breakdown of exact resources that are causing that, but I could provide that to you at a later time. That's not an issue. The assignments specifically are as each of the assignments in the other slide, which show the 6%, and then the breakdown of the declining ADA fund. We just won't have those funds available to carry in the out years. And so those assignments are declining based on what's available in the out years.
So I get that. I get the assignments part. What's, I guess, confusing to me is that in scenario 3, your restricted resources stays the same. It seems like everything is coming out of the assignments, but that restricted resources is staying at a level that's similar to scenario 1. And sorry, I know you're kind of having to bounce back and forth between slides, but versus in scenario 2, both of those are decreasing.
In scenario 2, I have $5 million of positions coming back from LRBG into the unrestricted side. And so currently those positions are residing in the restricted side. So what we're doing is zeroing out the restricted, increasing the unrestricted portion of it. And so I would have to get you a detailed breakdown of how the restricted resources are interplaying with each other to get you a full picture. I don't have an answer for you.
It's not if I'm understanding correctly. If we just think about it like if you're pushing down in the restricted and that's moving into the unrestricted, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. Although we have some other restricted resources, let's just take LREBG. If we're completely eliminating that and moving them all into our unrestricted, I think the question is, since we're not spending LREBG, where do we see that? Because if we were after 25, 26, we will have completely spent.
It's all coming back into the unrestricted and
so
reducing our assignments.
We will see the results of that in 26, 27, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm not, I apologize, maybe I'm just not tracking. But in scenario 3, we're not making any reductions, and all of the LREBG funds revert back into the unrestricted, and yet our restricted resources stay the same all 3 years.
Yeah. I know what you're asking. I think I would need to really break down what those restricted resources are and what those balances are. You're looking for a breakdown of what those exact programs are on the restricted resources, and I just don't have that for you. Yeah.
They're going down, but then in this scenario where we're not cutting anything, they're not going down.
Yeah. I'll have to get that printout for you guys. Yeah. But ultimately, what we're trying to illustrate here is that in scenario 3, if you were to move all of those $10 million of expenses back, ultimately your level of reserve that's available is not at 6% in the third year out. You're not able to maintain 6%, which the board has wanted to carry a higher level than 3%. We're only required to certify positive by carrying the minimum 3%. But as you guys know, that only covers 1 month of payroll, which it's not enough. It's not enough. But so the example that we're looking at is if we were to move all of the expenses from LRBAG back into the general fund in the third year out, your level of reserve drops to 3%. And with the information that we know now with the COLAs the way they are, the fourth year out, you will not be able to the district will not be able to certify positive, so we will be under that 3%. And we don't want to get to that point because then that's when the state takes over. And so, but that is, once again, taking some heavy assumptions because in 25, 26, the solar could be complete. Well, it better be complete. And then we'll have energy cost savings coming from there. The parcel tax passes, that's additional revenue coming in there that's not accounted for. So, and then if the COLA gets better in the out year, which it's not looking like it will, but things could change. The government is very volatile right now, but if the situation gets better, then we would be bringing back that to the board. So the budget is only good as of the snapshot of the day we take it. It changes immediately the next day. But this is what we're looking at if all the expenses come back. And I think that's where the message is like, okay, that's kind of scary. Like our reserves drop, and if there's potential talk of deferrals in the future, that's even more scarier. It just puts us in a really sticky position. And so the other funds, however, are looking good.
Before we make that hard pivot, because the rest of this is, it's obviously not as consequential in terms of the conversation, but I just wanted to pause real quickly for the board to understand the scenario one. These are the assumptions that we have. There are a lot of unknowns. We've talked about those. Scenarios 2 and 3, they basically just, it's how fast would we want to absorb these other positions. And you brought up the conversation earlier about sustainability. That's why I was waiting for this conversation, because the concept of sustainability looks really different after 25, 26, regardless of, there are lots of things that we don't know, but based on what we do know, declining ADA, just the declining revenue that comes along with that, increasing expenditures, and then also we would have expired our LRABG funds. Those things alone, we already know enough to know that we'll be trying to do, well, sustainability looks a little bit different 2 years from now than it does right now. Okay.
And so I think with our current scenario, scenario one, where all of the expenses go away, I just wanted to, like the strategic moves that we're doing behind the scenes are we're still analyzing our expenses. We're looking at, specifically, I'm looking at maintenance costs because over the several years, they've increased. They went to about $9 million. So the budget that we have right now is only projecting about $7.5 million for facilities contribution. And so that other $2 million, you might be wondering, well, if the average for maintenance facilities is about $9 million, how are you getting it down to $7.9 million? So they have old funds sitting in capital facilities funds that we're working with our facilities director and analyzing the projects and that are normally funded out of the general fund that we could move over to that fund. And so for this upcoming fiscal year, we're feeling that instead of spending $9 million, we'll be able to get it down to about $7.5, $7.6 million. And that's just based on the projects that facilities has upcoming and if they're allowable to be used from capital facilities funds. Where are we? Sorry. Got lost. Yeah.
We are almost done with the good news show.
Sorry. Okay. Summary of the other funds. Everything else is, all the other funds are still in the black. You have child nutrition is a concern of mine because their ending fund balance is only $369,000, and that is already with the budgeted increase for 24-25. So I'm working with Kara to kind of monitor her expenses really closely. She's also in the middle of applying for community eligibility program for the entire district to get everyone on, I know everyone's on free meals, but it's just an easier program to monitor our building fund. That is the fund that I was just discussing that also houses. Building fund has 3 different sub-funds. You have 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, and so those are capital facilities funds, old modernization funds that are still sitting there that could be used for specific purposes. That is what I'm looking and working with Terry on to try to offset some cost. Capital facilities and our developer fees, we only have a balance of 2.2 million, and that's pretty much all of our modulars. So we're working with Terry as well to see what modulars that we could replace using our developer fees. And yeah, so in summary, the only real concern on the other funds is child nutrition. Because of the increase and just kind of looking at her program and looking at making sure we're maximizing our revenues and controlling our expenses so that this doesn't become an additional contribution to the general fund. Next slide. So as of now, we're still able to meet our financial obligations for the current year and 2 future years. The way it's being submitted to the county, we're still at a positive certification. All the revenues have been updated, federal revenues have been updated, and ADA has been updated to reflect our most recent P2 numbers. So final notes, current position is still positive. We don't need to borrow any cash at this current moment. We need to continue to be prudent in development of our budget to ensure fiscal solvency, maintain and enhance the reserve due to declining enrollment. The May revision was not giving me any comfort with the volatility in our government and our state level that I don't feel comfortable with the out-year COLAs. I don't know what their maneuvers that they're discussing, how that's going to impact us as far as how bad those deferrals would be. Hopefully they're just budget deferrals and it's just on paper. If it's actual cash deferrals, then it'll be alarming for us because then it'll impact our actual revenue that the district receives. And then we'll have some issues. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. And then staffing must be continually monitored. It makes up about 80% of our budget. And so as vacancies come, we'll need to have discussions and determine if those positions need to be filled. And so, one more slide, last slide. Next steps, by June 30th, we need to adopt the budget. July to August, if there's any major shifts in the government final adoption of their budget, then we could come back and do a revision to our budget. August 15th, the county will seek clarifications from us and request budget revisions if they're needing it. September 15th, our unaudited actuals are due, which that is how we're closing our books for fiscal year 23-24 at that point, and we'll really see how we did at the end of the fiscal year. And then December 15th, you'll have the first interim report, and that's still the target for our auditor to come. If he's on target, on time, completing his report, he'll be here to present to you how we filed our 23-24 actuals. That's it.
All right, any questions by the board members? No? Okay. Well, that was easy.
But it's not a question. In preparing for this, I always try to, being on this board and what I used to do, I thought I was very successful, and on sometimes on the board, I don't think I'm that successful. They don't match, right? Because education is so different. And so I was thinking, how can I change that? And to me, I know this is a gross oversimplification of it, but ADA, to me, is one of the most important things in the school district, right? I knew in my personal career, I knew exactly how we made money. And if everyone, the executive cabinet, I know they understand ADA. But I can say that the board doesn't because I'm part of the board and I don't understand everything about it, how attendance is done, how it's calculated. And so I'm wondering if we ask the elementary school principals, we ask the middle school principals and the high school principals, those 4 categories, if they understand it, what would the answer be? And is it that we could be in a different situation, whether it's 1%, 5%, 3%, 6%, if everyone actually understood it? Would our practices change? And because everyone's experiences declining enrollment, but what are we doing with the students that we actually have? How is it calculated? And how is that revenue being generated based on the understanding on how we calculate it? So, and like I said, I understand it's a gross simplification, but if these categories, the board, elementary principals, middle school principals, and high school principals, don't understand the ins and outs of how we generate money, how successful are we actually being on just basically generating money, right? Because my role on the board is fiscally, and I don't even understand fiscally everything, the ins and outs of how we generate the money. So I want to say again, I know this is a gross oversimplification, but going forward, I'm going to learn more about it, and just think about if I don't know 2 principals in this category, 3 principals in this category, and 4 principals in another category, don't know about it, how successful are we doing at generating it? So that's where I'm going to leave it today, but I think that's where I was always talking to Dr. Castro, trying to figure out where my focus needs to be, where do I need to learn more, and to me, it's going to be definitely going to be this, because we can have the best plans in the world, but if we don't have the money to do it, those plans don't mean anything. So I think that's going to be, I think I found my focus where my competency level needs to go up super high because it's really low right now. But if we think about it, every person that is responsible for ADA, do they understand it? And if they understand it, what will we do different? And how positive we could be from that outcome of what we do different. Okay, thank you.
Not nearly as deep as Mr. Peterson's question. But one of the things, so we have a bunch of electric vehicles on the, coming in, right? So when you look at fuel costs for our projections moving forward, how do you, because that's something that's not going to be offset by the solar, right? Because it's going to be a ton of charging. How do you factor that in, or do you?
I'm not factoring any savings from fuel at this point until we get a better idea of the infrastructure required to put in those. I know we're getting electric vehicles, but there's quite a bit of a lead time to install those EV chargers. And so we're working with Edison to get a better idea of, is that going to take 1 year, 2 years? How long is that going to take? Before I factor that really in, I need to get an idea of what is the reality of, okay, we'll get the electric vehicles, where are we going to charge them? We need to install the infrastructure. And last I spoke with our transportation director and his conversations with Edison, they're about a year out or longer. So there's no fuel cost savings measured in here at this point. But as our fleet grows, then yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything on the consent agenda they'd like pulled off for?
I'd like to pull D5.
D5, okay.
Just for a question.
Do you want us to ask the question first and then come back and maybe do the whole agenda together? Okay, let's go to D5 and.
So my question, it's the temporary loans between district funds, and I just wanted to find out, once before we had an issue with trans that were on a consent calendar, and we didn't know that there was a significant cost associated with it. So I wanted to just find out, are any of like the temporary loans or even the appropriation transfers, do any of those have a cost associated with them?
No, those are routine in nature, and those really allow for when we close our books to really analyze all of our funds, like specifically, like I mentioned, child nutrition. So if because there's a different, when we file the CNIPS claim, the child nutrition meal claims every month to the state and federal governments, there's a delay in timing when we receive that money from them. So like we may file it at the beginning of July 1, but we may not see June's reimbursement from the feds until like 3 months later. So there may be a temporary loan that we transfer. It's not really a loan, it's money that we transfer from general fund over to child nutrition, but since we know that child nutrition is expecting those funds to be reimbursed from the federal and state government, that it's just temporary and that we'll be able to take it back as soon as we get the money. Yeah.
Thanks. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, just real quickly, because it's a really important statement that's the question lends to, which is why we wanted to talk about the projected budgets in the out years, because as staff has made a promise to the board, we won't put the board in a position to have to borrow funds, and if it is, we will see it coming a long time away. We will absolutely communicate that.
Okay, hearing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent items A through E.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Okay, on to board reports. Given the hour, do we want to forego board reports tonight, or does somebody have something they need to say?
I have one quick thing that I need to say. So today, besides my birthday,
happy birthday.
Yeah. No. Today's not my birthday.
Oh.
I said, besides my birthday, today is one of the most important days in my life, because 32 years ago today is when I started dating my wife. And normally, I'm nowhere to be found on this day. So you guys are very important to me. And to my watcher of one, happy anniversary, 32 years. And that's all I have to say.
Hey. I do have one thing just to put on your, thing. Coming up July 1, I think we all have a report due to the County Elections Bureau on a Form 470. Some of us got caught off guard last year because we didn't know we had to do that. So you might want to check on that on your own. I'm not sure where that actually stands this year. Okay.
Actually, sorry, I know it's late, but I do have a report that I would like to share. So take one and pass it along. These are the All District Art Show booklets, because that was held. And I wanted to say thank you to Mary Perez from Beta Arts and to our art teachers for another really fantastic art show. Also, a few weeks ago, we had a CSBA Board of Directors meeting, and CSBA is making a big push both at the state level and at the federal level to reduce the burden for reporting for districts. And so this is their publication called Drowning in Documentation. It's a way of educating folks about the amount of staff time that's involved in reporting. Many of those reports we never see results from. So it's if you are interested, take one. And again, it's both a federal and a statewide advocacy point for CSBA. I just wanted to also mention we've had 2 arts and music master plan sessions, and that will be coming back to the board, and I think it's been a really fruitful conversation. And then we had the PTA Honorary Service Awards a few weeks ago, and I just want to acknowledge Cherie Egbert, who I think has pulled off a really community-focused effort around PTAs, and we had 4 principals there: Todd Tyner, Karen Hoost, Susan Martinez, and Petra McAuliffe, who were there honoring volunteers from their schools. Oh, and Anna Winslow. The Merido Foundation did their ECOA Awards, and a certain Mr. Bayless presented on the water quality at his school, which was shocking and super disappointing to me. But there were lots of great citizen scientist projects there, and they're a great partner, and they do a lot of wonderful work getting our students engaged in the ocean and the islands. And then we had the Perspectives on Peace Awards, where Emily Sahadi, who's one of our student board members, received a $5,000 scholarship from Rotary for her art. We had the senior concertos at Ventura High School, which was absolutely amazing. And that same week, we had the Ventura High School Culinary Arts Dinner, which was one of the highlights of the year for me, because just seeing those kids, you know, shine with their culinary skills was amazing. And then lastly, the Citrus Glen 25th anniversary founding family picnic was just fantastic. I have a couple other things, but I'll save them for next time.
Anything else? Okay, we'll move right on to coming events. Dr. Castro?
These have been displayed for a little bit, so I'll just move through them. We have our final Teacher of the Month celebration coming up, continued Senior Awards Nights, which have just been extraordinary, and then graduation week. Wonderful time, so you have all those dates there. Thank you.
Okay, and then future board items are listed there for you, so if there's anything else the board requires to be put on the agenda, that would be a time to ask.
I was thinking if we could have a section for the ad hoc report out. So like, you know, we were in a meeting with our ad hoc committee was in the workforce housing. I was thinking workforce housing, and I was thinking if we had a section that would just remind us every time, so that if we have a reporting out, so that the whole board feels like it's informed from ad hoc committees.
Absolutely. I can talk with Amy about adding that under 18, so we can just add a separate section, so that way the reminder's there.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Moving on to board superintendent comments. Any other board comments?
I just wanted to acknowledge that this is Pride Month, and I think we do a really good job at our schools of having all of our students be seen and feel acknowledged, but particularly this month, we want to make sure that all of our students who identify as LGBTQ feel welcome and seen on our campuses, and I appreciate the effort that the community is doing around that. And I think, again, it's work we do all year long, but it's always nice to have an opportunity to call those things out.
Also, the county is having a pride flag raising, I believe, on Thursday at 12, so all community members and elected officials are more than welcome to come. I'm going to try to make it as best as possible, but you know, I want to save my sick time. I want to save my P&L time, I should say. You got to make that distinction for graduations. But I just want to thank our teachers and our ESPs for a phenomenal year. It's been a real pleasure to work with you all, especially with our executive team and our office staff. So thank you so much for this wonderful year. I know it's not ended. It's not going to end for you guys. But as we're coming to a close and students are starting to move on to their next stage in life, I really appreciate all the hard work you do for them. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Castro, do you have anything?
No, not today. We'll hold it for next time. Thank you.
And we have no need to go to closed session?
We do not.
Hearing that, we will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson? And Trustee
Yes.
and Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Motion
once again,
carries.
we'd like to thank VACE and TDC Studios for all you do for us and getting us out there in the public. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.